record at this point in time. And another one is a video that was taken on the 17th. And counsel, and actually that one came from the defense.
When you say turned over, these are tapes that were not played or put into evidence yet.
Portions of the second tape were, but not the clips that we're going to show. And may I just check on the other one?
I think we have a right to see what they're going to use before they use it.
And one was, Ms. Clark advises me, was played before the jury. The one
All
on
right,
the
one's
13th.
already been played.
That's what she's advised me.
All right, and the other one,
Has not been played. The portion, the clip that we're going to show.
all right, and what's the source of this video?
News footage and that came to us through the defense from one of their tapes.
All right, this is from the 17th.
Yes.
All right, news footage as to what? From the Bundy crime scene?
Yes.
Just want to look at it to see what they're talking about before they show it, that's all.
All right. Do you want to screen this with Dr. Lee out of the courtroom?
If we could, Your Honor.
All right, Dr. Lee, why don't you step outside for us, please? Thank you. All right, Mr. Fairtlow, do you have that available?
Yes, Your Honor.
How long is this?
Approximately 2 to 3 minutes.
All right, let's see it.
that was the clip we want to show.
All right. Mr. Schick?
The footage of, at the beginning of the police walking in and the grieving couple and then the police walking, I don't remember that. The footage, the aerial footage of the people walking around the rear of Bundy in the back gate, that I remember as being on the clips. I don't know where the other clips came from. I don't recall having seen these.
Mr. Goldberg?
I remember seeing it, but more importantly, Mr. Fairtlow tells me that that's where it comes from. And I know that he's very familiar with these tapes.
Well, the question being, are you going to be able to lay a foundation for the source of this tape and the date and time?
We'll be able to lay a foundation for the date and the time, just as was done with all of the other tapes that were shown here.
Well, wait, the way we did that was, we were very strictly limited to laying the foundation through the witnesses themselves. We had to show it to the witnesses who were at the scene and have them acknowledge that that was themselves, and those were events that they saw.
At a particular date and time and location?
Actually, that didn't happen at all, Your Honor, and that was a major source of contention.
Well, no,
during-
Mr. Goldberg, I allowed the videotape subject to the parties laying a foundation for it
I
as far as
understand.
date and time. My only question as far as, I assume the reason for this is to show that there are other explanations why there may be other footprints around,
Correct.
because of the multiplicity of people going up and down that walkway. That's what I assume this is
Correct.
for. Okay. The problem being is obviously we need a date and time as to when these people are walking up and down the walkway. Do you have some of those police officers who can
Oh, yes.
testify?
Yes, we have people that can authenticate this.
All right.
We have what?
As the court,
I think we probably also have a civilian witness who may be here today. But at any rate, we do.
Or an offer of proof, you need to tell me who the people are and what they're going to testify to. You need to make an offer of proof that you can lay the foundation for this.
The offer of proof would be that there are police officers that were there at the time that would be able to say that's the 17th, including people like Ron Phillips, including Ron Hardy, who's one of the civilian witnesses depicted in the tape.
Yeah, I saw Mr. Hardy.
And this is not at all going to be difficult. I mean, these are very unique events that
No, I'm just making-
hopefully will never happen again in
No,
in
Mr. Goldberg, the
human
only
history.
point,
And-
the only point I'm making is that you
Yes.
need to make me an offer of proof
Okay.
naming names as to who's
Right.
going to tell me
Okay.
this. All right, Mr. Schick?
yes, it would seem to me that if they want to put this on in terms of the facts and circumstances of what those people walking in, well, it's my understanding, for example, from speaking with Mr. Hardy when we went to visit the crime scene, that he had washed down the front area of all the blood. Now the question is, when did these events take place? They're not presumably walking through blood from the front walkway up. All those would have to be examined with some particularity. It seems to me, for purposes of cross-examining Dr. Lee, it's sufficient to ask him questions about how foot impressions could occur at dates prior to the time that he was there, and would that change his opinion. But it seems to me improper at this point in time, given this offer, to allow them to show the tapes. They can put it on in the rebuttal case if they can lay the proper foundation. But it seems to me doing this at this time would be improper, and it's certainly something that we were not permitted to do with any of the prosecution witnesses. In other words, every tape, we had to have a prosecution witness, be it Detective Lang or be it Funger Mazzola, who would say, yes, I remember either seeing those
That's
people.
not correct, Mr. Schick. I allowed you to use several videotapes on offers of proof that you could establish when they were made and when they came, where they were from, and some of them obviously were self-authenticating given the events that they depicted. That wasn't necessary.
I thought, my recollection is that in each and every instance, we had to show the tape to the witness, and the witness had to say, I recall those events, or I was there at that event. And
So somebody
essentially
has to
the
lay
tape-
a foundation for it, but I've accepted offers of proof.
Well, in any event, it seems to me that at this point in time, it would be sufficient to simply ask him questions about that that are consistent with that they think these tapes will show before showing these tapes without an offer. That's all.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, you indicated that there are 2 videos.
Yes.
What's the second?
The second video is a video of, that Ms. Clark advises me has already been shown from American Journal, that shows a photographer walking on the Bundy Walk after the, no? All right, well, actually, I guess there are two tapes. We may have had a miscommunication. One is a tape from American Journal that's People's 101, which shows the police officers rolling up the crime tape and walking up the bloody walk. I think it was originally introduced by the defense, or portions of it, as I recall, with Risky. And it's trying to show that the police trampled through and tromped over the blood and so on, contaminated the crime scene. And then later on, the people showed that this happened after the crime scene was broken down. So that's one tape. But there's another tape which was apparently then taken chronologically after that, which is taken by a photographer or a videographer that shows what I refer to as the second plane of tiles. In other words, the plane of tiles that's immediately west of where Nicole would have been located. And he's walking up and down, and he scans back and forth over these tiles and shoots into the apartment. And you can see some of the letters still intact, the chalk letters from the crime scene. Crime scene is closed. You can see some of the footprints on the walk, and you can see this photographer's feet coming into contact with the walk, of course,
And
as
who
he's
is
walking.
this videographer? Who is the videographer?
I'm not sure if it's the same. I'm not sure if it's Darrell Williams.
Well, what's your offer of
First
proof
one
as
is-
to being able to lay a foundation for
Okay,
it?
well, this is what we laid the foundation for this, exactly the same way that we laid the foundation for the sequence of tapes that the defense first showed of Dennis Fung going in and out of Rockingham. That is circumstantially, just as they did. Obviously,
How long is this second tape?
this second one is only about 10 seconds.
Let's see it. Is this the best quality that you have?
Yes, Your Honor.
What were we supposed to have seen from that?
Well, you can see a photographer walking on the walkway. You can see chalk marks on the walkway with letters on them. You can see some of the Bruno Mali shoe prints on the walkway.
All right, Mr. Fretlow, let me see it again.
You do actually have to look at it more than once to catch all those features, but they're all there. Catch that, Your Honor?
There appear to be also candles burning in.
What? Yes.
All right. Do we have a source for this?
Mr. Fairtlow tells us this was provided in video clips provided to us by the defense, so no, we do not have a source other than that. But the point is, Your Honor, that it's obvious, it's after the murder because we have chalk marks, it's after the murder because we have Bruno Mali prints, and it's before Henry Lee did his examination, and that's all we need to show circumstantially for these purposes.
How do we know it's before Henry Lee did his examination?
How would the candle still be burning on June the 25th inside the apartment? And also the prints at the location weren't as...
You say the Bruno Mali shoes print. This is a very poor quality videotape. Let me see this again, Mr. Fairlaw.
And on the June 17th video, you can see that they did do some cleanup. And these look fairly pristine, the Bruno Mali prints.
Well, I didn't see anything that leapt out at me as a Bruno Mali shoe print.
Well, Your Honor, if the court, you see, I've been out to the scene now about a half a dozen times, and I've been out there with those photographs, and I am very familiar with that Bodziak chart, and you can figure out exactly what tiles various prints are on. It's fairly easy to do. Our chart is laid out that way, and if you concentrate on those tiles, and you can tell which tile numbers they are from that photograph too, once you start orienting yourself with the geographic features.
And
yes,
what's
you know
the
that
purpose
those are,
of this?
that
Just to
they're-
show that there's some videographer who's running up and down the walkway taking pictures? Is that the point?
Right. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Okay.
There's a
Mr.
person
Scheck.
who's walking on the walkway.
I think that this particular one certainly is, based on this offer, we have no way of knowing exactly when this picture was taken, who was there, how they were working, what their shoes were like, or anything to that effect. So I don't think that, based on this offer, it could be used at this point for impeachment.
I don't think it's for impeachment. I think it's for cross-examination. Did Dr. Lee take this into consideration, the public access to that walkway immediately after the crime scene was processed? I think that's the issue.
Well, I think he can ask that question, but it seems to me that it would be, without knowing when this was taken and what was involved at the time, it seems to me that it would be, it's certainly a 352 problem with respect to showing that to the jury.
But isn't the depiction of the candle still burning a pretty key indication as to what, when, where, and why?
Well, maybe. I understand that there were even some instances where certain television people went back and did pictures with recreations and may have relit the candles. I don't know. I mean, we haven't been able to authenticate precisely that tape either.
Mr. Goldberg?
Well, Your Honor, this is kind of funny because we showed the videotape of Tarisky of someone tromping up the walk based on the same kind of circumstantial argument, only there wasn't anything really to say when it was taken. The defense simply wanted to infer, even though Risky didn't see those events.
Have you made any effort whatsoever to locate somebody to lay a foundation for this?
Yes, we have started making efforts, but as Your Honor knows, we were jammed with a tremendous amount of information at the last minute. And I have been working full-time on this
Well, you've had
every
this
day.
videotape for a long time, counsel.
I realize that, but as the court can appreciate, my attentions have been distracted to other things. Your Honor, what the court the way that the court should view these kinds of problems is what sorts of arguments can be made and what sorts of inferences can be reasonably drawn from the evidence by the attorneys at the time it's argued. Ms. Clark is going to be able to say, look, we know when it was taken because there are chalk marks, there are Bruno Magli imprints. She's going to be able to correlate it back to our chart 100% to show that this was taken after the murder. She's going to be able to point out to the candle to show that it was taken before the 25th of June. And also show the evidence that the walkway was washed down, and therefore the chalk marks wouldn't have appeared. Also showing it was before June the 25th. What is Mr. Cochran going to do?
Wait a minute. Who washed down the walkway?
I think that was already in evidence. That was Ron Hardy.
Has he testified?
I thought that there was some evidence about him washing it down. But at any rate, Your Honor, what is Mr. Cochran going to argue? Maybe
Well,
this
at
wasn't.
this point, it's not relevant as to what Mr. Cochran's going to argue or not argue.
Well, the point is in terms.
No, counsel, that's not the point. Point is, if you tell me you're going to bring in Ron Hardy to say that he washed down the walkway and washed down the blood and washed away the chalk, and that this videotape took place prior to that, then I'll allow this. If you can't make that representation to me, then I'm not going to allow it. Take your pick.
Your Honor, we'd like to confirm how far up the walkway he washed before I make that representation. Well, Ms. Cochran told me he washed the whole thing.
All right, then I'll allow it. All right, anything else?
I have a problem with that.
I've ruled, counsel.
No,
Next issue.
On the factual representation, I just want to make this point to the court. You should know it. The
Counsel,
cho-
I'll allow it. It'll be subject to a motion to strike.
Well, let me just
Let's
put this
proceed.
on the record before they make their representation, just so it's clear. And that is that it's my understanding that chalk marks were visible all the way to the 25th, all right, in that walkway area. In addition, when we were at the scene, for our last visit prior to the night viewing matter, I had a discussion with Mr. Hardy, and I think it's also in the so-called murder book, about what he washed down and what he didn't. And I think it's perfectly apparent, and it's what he told me, that he washed down the front area, all right, the lower plane, near the closed-in area. He did not wash down the other walkway. That's clear because even when Dr. Lee was looking there on June 25th, there are still imprints of Bruno Magli shoes. So I don't see how they can make this representation that he washed down that entire walkway area, because I think that on the face of it, that's impossible.
Well, they're making that representation.
Well,
We'll
I
proceed
find
on
that
that.
troubling because it's contrary to what we were told. And
All
what I
right,
think
but counsel,
the record
I
plainly is.
find the fact that the candles are there burning,
Well-
and the prints are still there, and the chalk is still there, pretty compelling circumstantially.
The
So I'm going to
candles-
allow it.
The candles are the only issue, but I can't. How do we know that those candles?
Counsel, I've ruled.
All right.
I've explained to you. Anything else?
Yes, there's one more chart that I wanted to use that's been bar-coded, and it's called four-way linkage. It comes from Dr. Lee's book, Crime Scene Investigation. And can we put that up just so they can see that?
All right. Fascinating.
I know it's not a big deal, but I want to give council notice of it. It's on page 80.
All right, Mr. Scheck, you're aware of that? I'm sure you've seen that before.
No. Crime scene investigation.
Yes.
All right, nothing too surprising about that since it comes from Dr. Lee's works. All right, anything else that
No.
you need to display?
No.
All right. Yes.
Now, with respect to the offers on the footage that was seen before, I take it that have you ruled on the? I take it you made a ruling on the one with the candles.
Yes.
I didn't know if you'd made a ruling on the others before.
Yes.
Just with respect to those, it seems to me that without any showing as to footwear, or if they've made any efforts to figure out what the footwear was and what the situation was with respect to blood, on what I guess they're saying is June 17th is the offer, as I understand it. It seems to me at this point in time, it's a 352 problem. I think it's more prejudicial than relevant at this point. It seems to me that perfectly okay for them to ask whether Dr. Lee is considered who has been to the crime scene, and under what circumstances on previous occasions, and would certain things make a difference. But to show them a tape like that, without any foundation that we have at this point as to exactly what they were wearing, what the circumstances were, what the cleanup was of the area, it seems to me, before they put on those witnesses, unfairly prejudicial.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection subject to the offer of proof by the prosecution that they can produce a police officer to lay the foundation for that particular videotape. All right, let's have the jurors. Also, as a matter of scheduling, counsel, we have a juror dental appointment Wednesday, the 31st. That requires us to conclude at 3:15 on Wednesday, just for your scheduling. I'm sorry, the 30th. 30th, Wednesday.
May I inquire about one other on the schedule?
Yes.
So we're headed. If I spoke, first of all, good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Cochran.
I spoke briefly with Mr. Goldberg this morning because I don't want to have any more downtime if we can avoid it. And he indicates he perhaps will finish with Dr. Lee in a half day. The court is aware that you'd earlier said we would do the, you're smiling, we'd do the McKinney matter tomorrow morning. We have another witness we've given the prosecution, I think, that will be here for this afternoon. We're going to, today's a 5 o'clock day, right? I'm trying to use as much time as possible. Does the court want to do the McKinney tapes this afternoon? Is there a possibility of that? I'm just trying
No,
to
I
save
haven't
much
finished my
time.
preparations
Okay.
yet.
All right, so we'll have at least one other witness today, and then we've got a Chicago witness coming tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Dr. Henry Lee. There you are. Dr. Lee, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, the record should reflect that Dr. Henry Lee is again on the witness stand. Good morning, Dr. Lee.
Good morning, sir.
Doctor, you're reminded that you are still under oath, and Mr. Goldberg, you may commence your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Lee.
Good morning.
How are you doing this morning?
Little tired.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Dr. Lee, I just wanted very briefly to ask you a few questions about some of the qualifications that you went over with Mr. Scheck when you began your testimony. Just so that we're clear, you are an expert in forensic DNA technology, is that correct?
A lot of people refer me as an expert, yes.
Okay. And you consider yourself to be an expert in forensic DNA technology?
I know something about DNA. Little bit, not everything.
Okay. Quite a bit, right? In terms of its forensic application?
Forensic application, yes.
All right. And Mr. Scheck was asking you about some of the things that your laboratory does in the forensic area. Is this laboratory exclusively a forensic laboratory?
Yes,
All right. And are you using RFLP technology in forensic cases?
yes,
And are you also using PCR technology in forensic cases?
yes,
Dr. Lee, are you using PCR technology in criminal cases both to include and exclude people as having committed a crime?
yes,
All right. Now, you were asked about some of the cases that you and your lab people have participated in involving the identification of human remains. Do you remember that?
yes, sir.
Now, most of the cases that were referred to happened abroad. I think one in South America, and then there was a number of instances in Europe. Is that correct?
Some in this country too, yes.
What were the technologies that are being used in the cases that you referred to on direct examination for purposes of human identification?
Human identification, basically both technique, depends on the bone sample, smaller sample, we have to use PCR, no other choice. If no high molecular weight DNA was extract from the sample, we have to do the best we can do. If have a large amount of sample, of course, RFLP is a choice.
Okay. And, sir, when you're saying that you used PCR technology, does that include the cases that you were referring to in, as a result of the conflicts in Europe to identify people that have been killed as a result of the war
Yes,
there?
those victim was found in an unnamed grave or mass grave, unidentified human remains. For the humanity reason, we want to find out what's the loved one, so we try to help those countries identify those human remains.
And Dr. Lee, is it your stated position that forensic scientists are in the best position to evaluate whether PCR technology is ready to make the technology transfer into the forensic field?
I think forensic scientists should have a good saying about what method we should do, what's the reliable procedure, what kind of applications. Certain sample, doesn't matter what we do, we have problems. Other samples, forensic scientists, we should have a choice, not dictated by molecular biologists or other scientists tell us what to do.
Okay. Now, Dr. Lee, I wanted to just mention very briefly or ask you very briefly about one of the matters that you just alluded to a few moments ago.
Yes, sir.
Regarding identification of human remains in cases here in the continental United States.
Yes.
Your most famous such case where you were personally involved at the crime scene, not at the time of the crime, but afterwards,
Thank you very much.
was the People versus Crafts case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that a case, sir, where the victim in that case, Helen Crafts, was killed by her husband and he disposed of her by putting her body through a wood chipper machine?
Yes.
With the court reporter, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Goldberg, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in that particular case, is it a fair summary of what happened, that the biological evidence was spread out over a very significant amount of territory, about 2,500 square feet, in the snow by a river, as a result of the body having gone through the wood chipper machine?
The majority probably wound up in the river. Only small fragment were found scattered around the riverbank.
Okay. And when you got out to the crime scene, the police officers were picking out one little piece of evidence at a time. Is that correct? It a very laborious process.
We actually milled the snow inch
Okay.
by inch, and we don't know what we pick it up, just leaves, debris, and then go through preliminary recognition, identification through that.
Okay, and that was the suggestion that you came up with to speed things up, because you saw that the police method was just going to take too long. Is that correct?
No, we work together. It's a team effort.
Right. And just so it's clear, what was done in that case is large amounts of snow were put in buckets and then taken into tents and melted, and the biological evidence would tend to fall or sink to the bottom of the bucket, and all the debris would tend to rise to the top, and you just throw the debris out and take the biological evidence out from the bottom.
Not exactly. Any recognizable material. For example, we found a fingernail. You can recognize. You don't have to throw in a bucket. You just take it out.
Okay.
If it's a bone chips, we can recognize, or a tooth. We have a team of scientists, team of investigators work together. Things we can see and recognizable, right away you remove it. For example, I can see a scissor. I collect the scissor. I don't have to throw the scissor in the bucket. Since we cannot visually recognize, then we use the second procedure.
And that included some of the biological evidence in the case.
Yes.
And Dr. Lee, when that occurred, when the items would fall to the bottom of the bucket, various different biological samples could get mixed together or were mixed together. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And it also mixed together human biological samples with others that were out there, like deer bones and the like. Is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Yes. And despite that, sir, it was proper, and you did decide to attempt DNA technology on this evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. But this case was a little while ago, as I recall. It was in the mid-'80s?
Yes.
Yeah. So with the state of the technology at that time, you were not actually able to do DNA. True?
Oh, no. We did some DNA work.
Oh, you did?
We did some XY, determine male, female.
Okay. And you were also able to do, and when I say you, I'm also including your laboratory people,
Yes.
able to do some conventional serology. Is that true?
Yes, we did with laboratory scientists, also some are consultant, life coach scientists, University of New Haven, Dr. Gansling. We're bringing a lot of other experts together, work on the evidence.
Okay. And you were able to get results that identified the human remains in that case, even though all the biological evidence was mixed together at the time that it was collected?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, in that case, to your recollection, did the police transport the biological evidence to the lab in sealed containers?
It's outside the scope of direct and irrelevant.
Those material collect in a container. It's a plastic cup, have a screw-up cup.
Okay.
Also, they put in an envelope. It's a sealed paperback.
All right. Now, when you were looking at the soil samples in this particular case, you didn't find biological material such as deer bones or anything like that at the Bundy location, did you?
I found some biological material, as I testified, hair that's considered as a biological material. I did not look for deer bone.
Okay. Now, you were also asked some questions about your laboratory in general and the people that work for you and such, the environment in which you're working as a forensic scientist. And I wanted to ask you a couple questions there, if I may.
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that one of the practical realities that criminalists face who are working for law enforcement is budgetary problems and monetary shortfalls?
Yes.
Okay. And is it true that even recently, after you got into your new laboratory, you had to lay off some people due to some financial difficulties in the state?
After we moved, no, that's not correct.
Was that slightly
Before,
before?
a couple of years ago, we have to lay off some people. After we moved to the laboratory, we have some vacant positions. And with the assistant of governor and legislator, we was able to fill those positions.
So would you agree, sir, that generally speaking, forensic resources are scarce in the sense that we can't do all the testing and all the study in every case that we'd like to do?
That's absolutely correct. Of course, if you have the support of the leadership, for example, I have a good boss. My commissioner very supportive to forensic science, so we try to do what supposed to do. Of course, impossible to do every possible test in this earth for a certain case.
Okay. So in theory, there are theories about the ideal in terms of crime scene processing and handling a case that are stated in the textbooks. Is that correct?
Handling crime scene and laboratory tests, that's two separate things. Handling crime scene, you don't need sophisticated instruments such as SEM or mass spectrograph. Or handling crime scene, basically, it's training and experience and some mechanic issues.
Well, let me give a concrete example. We talked about using videotapes at
Yes.
crime scenes. And ideally, that would be a good idea if we could use that at every crime
Yes, sir.
scene. But based upon your experience, not only at your own lab, but traveling around the country as you do into other countries, is it correct to say that even in very serious crimes, a videotape is not now currently being used as a standard technique at crime scene identification, crime scene investigation?
It's difficult to, most of the crime scene involve homicide. Usually we suggest use videotaping, and most of the cases I see videotape when they submit to me. But once in a while, cases without videotaping.
Okay, and that's because we don't have the resources necessarily to do all the videotaping we'd like to do. Is that correct?
That's a judgment call. If you want to find a videotape, you always can find a camcorder. Whether or not the department has that, I don't know. I cannot come here to tell you what the LAPD budget looks like.
Okay. Now, does financial difficulty also play a little bit of a role in terms of testing at the laboratory and the amount of testing that you do and the like?
Yes, that's an excellent question. We usually have to determine what type of test to do first, second, third. So non-destructive tests, basically visual examination, microscopic examination, that don't cost any money. Then the rest of tests, some are more sophisticated, them cost money, you have to make a judgment call.
And you had to face a lot of problems along these lines over the years in your laboratory. For example, in the old facility, is it true that when you would use the electrophoresis machines, the air conditioning would shut down?
Yes.
All right.
I think that this line is going to be irrelevant.
All right. Let's move on.
I'm almost finished, Sharon. I just have a couple more questions. And for example, in the DNA testing, you've used paper towels as blotters instead of the blotter paper to save money.
Early days, we have to, my laboratory is a men's room, literally in a men's room.
Yeah.
So you have to do the best you can.
Yeah.
You can't just say, well, I'm in a men's room, I don't do any test.
Right. And the drying facilities up until quite recently for biological evidence was in the yard of the laboratory. Is that correct?
That's about 50 years ago. We don't have a drying room, so everything have to dry in the yard. Even now, sometimes I dry my clothes in the yard. Nothing wrong dry in the yard.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. No, not at all. And that was particularly true in the summer months, that some of the biological evidence we'd like to dry in the yard because it was smelly if we drew
Yes,
it.
the odor really
Right.
terrible. You don't want to have the whole laboratory evacuated. Okay. Sometimes older, beyond a normal person can take.
And was the practice of drawing the biological evidence in the yard discontinued once when a dog absconded with the rape victim's panties?
Not really. There are numerous clothing. One of my analysts was assigned to guard those clothing. Somehow, a wild dog took a piece of garment and ran away. And luckily, that's just one piece of undergarment. It's not all
Right.
decomposed.
Okay.
So since then, we have to post 2 guards to watch in the clothing.
All right. And despite these kinds of problems and issues that we've been discussing generally this morning, Dr. Lee, would it be fair to say that you and your laboratory people in the area of DNA and conventional serology have still been doing a very high-quality work?
We try our best.
Yes. And these are little obstacles that have to be overcome.
Yes.
Is that true? Yes. Now, Dr. Lee, I'd like to turn to the shoe prints at Bundy. And let's try to divide our discussion up into 3 categories if we can. I want to talk about the shoe prints, or excuse me, the items that we cannot say are impressions at all for sure.
What I testify is imprint
Imprints,
evidence.
yes.
Imprint evidence.
Okay. Now, is one category, though, items where you can't even be sure that it is in fact an imprint? It could be an imprint, it might not be.
Well, imprint, it's different. It's a term we use to differentiate from impression. Impression is a 3-dimensional pattern. An imprint is a 2-dimensional pattern. What I testified the first day I was here to report to you is those 2-dimensional imprint pattern I observe on different areas.
All right. Now, what I'm asking you, though, Dr. Lee, is at the Bundy location and the evidence that came from the Bundy location.
Yes.
Were there certain instances where you saw something and it was your opinion, I can't tell whether that's an imprint or not?
Yes, sir. Some evidence I see a pattern because I examine a picture. When you examine a picture, you examine something through photographer's camera lens. I wasn't there myself. If I see something, I can tell that's some kind of an imprint. As far as a shoe print or not, I don't know. I don't want to make an opinion on that.
All right. Well, let's see if we can get into some of the specifics here. Regarding Ron Goldman's jeans,
Yes.
with respect to some of the items on the jeans, was it your opinion, I see some parallel line imprint consistent with imprint?
Yes.
Okay. And by that, did you mean I'm not positive whether this is an imprint or not?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's an imprint. However, as a scientist, I usually report to you what I see. I did examine the blue jean, by the way. However, I don't know the blue jean, when somebody wear the blue jean, that's 3-dimensional setting.
Your Honor, I think he's answered the question.
Next question.
Okay. It will just make things a little
Sure.
faster. I'll give you the opportunities to explain. Dr. Lee, so with respect to some of the items on the blue jeans, it was a situation where you cannot state to a scientific certainty that they were in fact impressions at all. Is that true?
Items.
Sustained rephrase.
Well, as to the prints that you were talking about on the right portion of the lower leg.
That's vague. Right portion, lower leg.
On the right leg, lower portion, Dr. Lee.
There's a border on it. There's a lot on the right.
Or will.
I see some patterns, parallel pattern, consistent with imprint.
Okay. And consistent with is a phrase that's used when we're not certain, is that right? Sometimes.
Yeah.
Now, there was also a photograph that you were shown that depicted the caged-off area, and we'll get to that in a little more detail later. But there was something that looked like a hole in that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to that hole, was it your view that you don't know whether it's an imprint or not? It could just be a hole.
I say that's an indentation. It's not an imprint. Definitely not a two-dimensional thing. It's an indentation.
But in other words, it could be something that the dog or the gardener
I
took
don't know.
out. Now, were there also some items at the Bundy location where you were able to determine that it was an imprint, but you weren't sure that it was a shoe print?
Yes.
And with regard to that, would the envelope fit into that category?
Yes.
And could that be a fabric pattern on the envelope?
I compare some known fabric pattern. I cannot match that pattern.
And that was the jeans and the shirt?
Shirts.
But is there any way of matching it to the fabric that the suspect was wearing?
I don't know what the suspect or suspects were.
Okay. Now, what I'm asking you, Dr. Lee, is could it be some type of fabric pattern on the envelope?
It could be a parallel line. Any type of object have this same design,
Okay.
cause a replicate.
And are you familiar, sir, with the kinds of parallel lines that are sometimes on the cuffs of men's sweatsuits?
I don't know what kind of sweatsuit you refer to. If, say, a fabric design, you have a wave pattern, that couldn't be, just a parallel line. It's no other horizontal wave pattern I can see.
Okay, but if we have a parallel line, for example, on a cuff,
It may be.
maybe, yes. And this could be fabric of some type that imprinted the envelope. Is that
It's-
true?
It's difficult to, if you just look at the surface, it's a flat surface. Something has to be, have a certain force or flat. We say certain force applied unto have a very definitive line, not something in a curvature surface. I did not see a curvature pattern. Neither I did not see any fabric design.
Okay, we'll get back to that a little later then. Now, Dr. Lee, with respect, well, did you form the opinion that that was a shoe print?
No, I said consistent, could have made by a shoe.
Now, with respect to the prints on the Bundy walk,
Yes.
there were two parallel line prints that you saw on the walk, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And those were in fact shoe prints, correct?
In June 25th, that, yes, I did issue opinion. One definite is a shoe print.
Now, would it be fair to say, Dr. Lee, that the only items that you identified that you are certain that it is, one, an imprint,
Yes,
and two, a shoe print,
yes,
are those two items on the Bundy walk?
yes, sir.
And would it be correct to say that, in your opinion, you determined that they were in blood?
Yes,
And would you say, therefore, Dr. Lee, would it be fair to say that from a forensic science standpoint, by far the most important, compelling imprint evidence that you discovered would be those imprints?
all the imprint evidence is important. If you say shoe print, you're right. You're correct. That too is compelling. If say imprint, every imprint, it's equally important.
But the only ones that we're able to say are shoes are
Shoe.
the ones on the Bundy
Right.
walk.
That's
And there were
correct.
two of those.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we'll come back to those a little bit later, but let's just move on to Bindle 47, which
Yes,
was
sir.
the one that had the transfer stains in it. You recall what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Now, is it your view, Dr. Lee, that often science cannot provide explanations for every phenomena that we see?
Yes. I spent my life in this. I still, a lot of phenomena I still cannot explain and report to you.
And the way that you sometimes put that is that life is complex, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I did.
Now, does that mean that if you look at something and you can't explain it as a forensic scientist, that there's something wrong?
yes, there's something wrong.
Okay, but isn't it often that you look at something and you can't explain it?
If everything right, I should be explainable. If something I cannot explain, I see something, I observe, for example, you mentioned 47 imprint. Doesn't matter what, you see a wet transfer, which means something wrong.
Okay, I'm not asking you about that. We'll get back to that in a few seconds. But just in general, Dr. Lee,
Right.
are there many occasions that you've had as a forensic scientist where you look at a case or a piece of evidence and you just don't have all the answers?
That's correct.
All right. And there's nothing surprising about that, is there?
Nothing surprised about it.
Now, if there is in fact a situation where a swatch is packaged when it's still damp in a bindle, and there's a transfer, is that situation going to cause the blood to change into someone else's blood?
That's a difficult question. If that's original bindle, therefore should not change. If it's not the original bindle, then I'm going to change.
Okay, well, let me just give you a hypothetical so we're clear on what you're saying.
Right.
Let's say that I'm a criminalist, and I take some swatches out of a drying cabinet in a test tube. I don't touch them to see whether they're dry,
Okay.
all right? But I think that they look dry. I'm looking through the test tube, and they look dry. And I dump them out into the bindle. Are you following me so far?
Yes, sir.
Now, by the way, is it okay from a forensic science standpoint that I did not take off my glove and touch the swatches with my hand to check to see whether they were dry?
Usually experienced
Well,
criminals.
I'm just asking you that question. Should I have done that?
Let him finish his answer.
An experienced criminalist should know how long take it dry. Once it's unbounded on paper, you should see whether or not dry. To touch or not touch, the amateur does that. We don't do that.
It would be a very bad idea to actually take my glove off and touch it to make sure, wouldn't it?
Well, some people does that, but I don't do that.
And you wouldn't recommend doing that, would you?
I will not suggest people, you should make sure it's dry, basically,
But not with your hands, right?
not your hand.
Now, Dr. Lee, let's say that I dumped it out into the bindle, and I just didn't wait long enough, okay? And I closed up the bindle, and there's a transfer in the bindle. Following me?
Yes.
Now, is that going to change the blood into someone else's blood?
In
Under my
theory,
hypothetical.
in theory, will not.
And that would be your forensic opinion,
Yes.
as an expert in conventional and DNA technology.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, would it change the DNA pattern of the evidence?
Sometimes it will change the pattern, make it unreadable.
Okay. It might cause more degradation.
Yes, sir.
Right. But if we were able to test that, for example, and get a 5-probe match, would that,
I think this is now irrelevant hypothetical, no foundation.
and if we were able to get a 5-probe match, would the packaging procedure have caused that 5-probe match to have occurred erroneously?
In theory, not.
And that is your opinion?
Yes.
Strikingly states the evidence on the item in question.
Well, we're just trying to get...
Cannot make a determination. Now you have a effect.
Okay, so in other words, you might get an inconclusive result or no result as a result of degradation?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to show you the exhibit that's been marked as Defense 1362 for identification. If we could put that up. It's the large swatch blow-up.
right, 1386, can you see this? 165, can you see this?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Goldberg?
Now, Dr. Lee, would it be correct to say that the four transfers that you saw on this item, item 47, were in fact relatively light?
Relative?
Light.
No, that's not, say, relative light. I saw lighter than those kind of transfer. In my opinion, this transfer sort of consider some are pretty defined and heavy. Other maybe classified lighter.
So that we're clear, though, Dr. Lee, this is the interior of the bindle, so that if I unfolded it, this is the inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you see any evidence of blood on the outside of the bindle?
I did not see that.
All right. Now, Dr. Lee, if we had a situation where I was working with a reference file standing approximately where I am right now, and this bindle were sealed closed in a coin envelope that was taped shut and sitting on the little podium in front of you, and I'm working with the reference file, you wouldn't expect that to account for these transfers, would you?
If the envelope seal with tape put in an envelope, in theory, should not get to the envelope.
It would be very difficult to imagine that happening, correct?
Very, very difficult.
Okay. Now, Dr. Lee, we use the term here wet and dry in connection with discussing Exhibit 1362, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And from a forensic science standpoint, as a forensic scientist, is there a little bit of an ambiguity when we're talking about the words wet and dry in relationship to blood?
Yes.
Okay. And is that because the threshold between wet and dry is somewhat fuzzy?
Wet and dry, that's not fuzzy at all.
Okay.
Either wet or dry, but they are in between damp. Not say soaking wet. What the wet definition of the wet? You kind of get into a semantic issue. As a scientist, if a swatch dry, it's dry. If it's not dry, anything else, I call it wet.
All right. What I want, I'll come back to that in just a second. But, Doctor, can you tell us when a swatch is dry, in the sense that it looks dry, and if I felt it, it would feel dry,
Yes, sir.
how much water does it have in it?
I have no idea how much water.
But it does have water in it?
I don't know.
Well, Doctor, I just want to ask you a little bit about the book that you participated in, Forensic Science Handbook, Richard Saperstein. You're very familiar with this, is that correct?
Sort of.
Okay,
Yes.
this is one of the references that you talked about when you were talking about the 20 books.
Yes.
Okay. And, sir, would you agree with the proposition that the
Check whatever you're...
Yeah, I'm going to I'm looking at page 385. Oh, he has it.
All right, Mr. Goldberg?
Sir, do you agree with the proposition that the threshold between wet and dry is somewhat fuzzy? Most apparently dry material does in fact contain some water. Proteins, for example, bind water very tenaciously.
Yes, I
Yes.
agree.
Okay. And do you agree that the water content of dried materials is in equilibrium with the fractional saturation of water vapor in the surrounding atmosphere? That is the relative humidity. Thus, for example, blood dried to an equilibrium in air at 25% relative humidity may contain about 5% of its total weight in water.
May, yes.
All right. And, sir, what would the amount of water be if swatches were dried at 50% relative humidity?
I don't know how to calculate at this moment, may contain some water.
Okay, well, would you agree that it would contain as much as 10% of its weight in water?
Maybe.
And if the swatches were dried at 75% relative humidity, what would the percentage of water be in the swatches?
I have no idea.
Would 20% sound reasonable to you?
Reasonable.
Okay. Did you happen to go back and check the Saperstein reference book before testifying here about the swatches in this case?
No.
Okay. So there would be a number of facts that we'd have to know, such as relative humidity, in order to figure out how much water the swatches in this case had after they looked dry.
But doesn't matter. There are 7 swatches.
Well, I'm just asking you that.
If it dry,
Wait. You finish your answer.
thank you. If dry, should be all dry. If, say, some contains 20% of water, 7 all should contain 20% water.
Motion to strike.
Hold on.
Would we have to know the relative humidity to know how much water was in the swatches, Doctor?
That's why I say I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea what the percentage.
Well, can you explain for us in a little bit more detail the relationship between relative humidity and amount of water that's in a dried swatch?
I guess the best person have to explain that is whoever wrote that chapter. I did not read that. I want to see it. Is that my writing? Then I have to explain. If it's not my writing, I don't have to explain.
Actually, I think it's in Mr. Sensabaugh's
Okay,
chapter.
let George examine that. Explain that. That's not my
Okay,
problem.
would you like to take a look at this?
No. If that's not my writing, I don't have to explain anything.
Okay.
Because very difficult for you to determine in a swatch how many percent of the humidity. If he come up that number, I'm not going to argue with George. He's the one have to explain.
Okay, but the bottom line is that after something's dry, it still does have some water in it,
Yes, I
correct?
agree.
All right. Now, Doctor, would you also agree that that there are a lot of variables in determining how long something will take to dry?
Yes, sir.
And have you looked at the Labor and Epstein materials that they put together in connection with a McDonald's book dealing with experiments in blood spatter analysis?
A long time ago, I did read some their material.
Okay.
Excellent material.
All right. And, sir, do you agree with the proposition that the amount of time required for a blood stain... Well, I'm actually reading it out of my notes.
Proceed. Your Honor, yes, it does. Proceed.
At any rate, for the record, we've handed him a copy of Labor and Epstein.
Can I see what it is he's reading?
He said he's reading his notes. He can ask questions as he chooses. Proceed.
Your Honor,
Proceed.
Sir, do you agree with the proposition that the amount of time required for a blood stain to dry is dependent upon various factors such as weather conditions, temperature, air movement, humidity, size and depth of stain or blood pool, and the nature of the surface upon which the blood is shed?
Yes.
All right. And do you also agree that it's very difficult to predict all of the factors that go into determining how long something is going to take to dry?
Not necessarily.
Well, let me just ask you this, sir. Do you agree that there are so many combinations of factors that exist that affect the time required for blood to dry that it would be impossible to make determinations in every situation how long it's going to take?
If you look at a crime scene, blood stain, that's agreed wholeheartedly, totally, because that's beyond our control. Weather, rain, sunlight, shade, concrete versus carpet. If you're talking about a swatch, That's a totally separate situation.
Sir, according to your recollections of the Labor and Epstein materials, didn't they do a number of drying experiments of a single drop of blood on cotton to show that there were extremely wide ranges
Object to
of
this,
how
Your
long?
Honor, unless he is able to be shown the material and looked at it for whether he relies on it and what it is. I thought those were our procedures.
No, he doesn't have to see it. It has to be exhibited to counsel. That's what's going to be used.
that I haven't seen.
Do you have
I
that?
think he has the whole,
I don't
I think he has all Labor and Epstein.
Your Honor, he just handed me this as he's asking questions.
Your Honor, I
would like
object
that
to the
pointed out.
speaking.
Proceed. Have a seat, Mr. Scheck. Proceed.
I'm sorry, I'm
I
sorry,
answer
Doctor.
the question now?
Yes, you may answer the question, if you remember.
Well, in contrast, I think they come up some tables, give some general guideline. For example, single drop on cotton, if I remember correctly, it's about 5 minutes or something, or 45 minutes, something like that. I don't remember exactly. I read a long time ago. They have a table published in their, I think, the appendix back of the book, give more or less specific time.
Well,
If you give me a book, I can show you where it is.
let me, yes, I'm familiar with what you're talking about. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Lee, is it your understanding that they
You may.
concluded that the single drop of blood on cotton cloth could take from 55 to 330 minutes, depending on the circumstances, when they change circumstances around?
Right, that's the, if you look at the condition 3, that's a total different condition.
Yeah, right. And the purpose of this was to try to educate forensic scientists how difficult it is to ever predict how long it's going to take something to dry. Is that true?
At the crunching, again, it's difficult to predict. In a laboratory setting, it should be controllable condition. We should know, take how long a swatch can dry.
Okay, wasn't the purpose of their exercise to educate the forensic science student in how difficult it is, even in a laboratory setting, with a single drop of blood on a cotton, to predict how long it's going to take to dry? Wasn't that what
I
Labor and
don't
Epstein...
think that's, you can call them on stand. I don't think they're going to say a single drop of blood stand on the cotton cloth going to be unpredictable.
Well, what I'm asking you, Doctor, is what the intent was of this material. And wasn't the intent to get across to the forensic science student, be careful, because it's hard to figure out how long something's going to take to dry, even in a laboratory?
Yes, certain condition, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, let's move on to the socks, Doctor.
Yes.
On the socks, there was a sock that you were asked about that we've numbered 13A. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that it's difficult, if not impossible, to reconstruct all of the various ways that different parts of a sock could come into contact with each other when you're taking it off?
Yes, sir.
And there's a stain on the sock that has been labeled 42A,
Yes.
and you know what I'm talking about.
Ankle stand.
And are you generally aware that that has been identified as having blood that was consistent with Nicole Brown?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another stain that we've been referring to in the testimony that's on the inside, what we've been referring to as wall 3. Do you know what I'm talking
Yes.
about?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, is it your position that we cannot say with positiveness whether stain 42 is in fact related to the stain on wall 3?
That's correct.
Now, could the quantity of blood on stain 42A, be as much as a milliliter?
42, A, you mean surface 1 or surface
Surface 1.
Surface 1. Again, the calculation of the volume of the blood is a difficult chore, and I probably the only one wrote a paper in that. However, I entitled a paper called Estimation of the Volume of the Blood stain. I choose the word estimation, not determination. As a scientist, I cannot come here to determine that's 1 cc of blood.
Okay.
There are so many ways to calculate, so many ways to try to come up some reasonable explanation. Unfortunately, although this socks, probably I would say the most examined socks in the world, so many people look at these socks. But a big hole being sampled. Now I look at the remainder thing, try to go back, say what's the volume. I did not look at the center portion. I cannot come here, in fairness, tell you how much blood in there.
Okay. And this is another one of those examples of something where a leading forensic scientist or a number of leading forensic scientists can look at an item and they just can't provide us with all of the answers. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that doesn't mean something's wrong, does it?
It does mean something wrong. If at the beginning, first day, I have an opportunity to look at the socks, I can give you a very, really close estimation. But since a big hole there, I cannot recreate a hole.
Well, weren't there photographs, though, of the socks before the hole was cut out?
I was not privileged to have a
Photographs.
photograph shows the blood stain intact.
Okay. But the point is that even with all those things, sometimes we can't do anything more than give a rough estimation. Is that
Yes, sir,
correct?
that's correct.
And that doesn't mean something's wrong, does it?
No.
All right. Now, let's talk a little bit about the mechanism of transfer. You've explained what a compression transfer is. Can you just give us a very, very brief additional explanation of that, sir?
The liquid blood, either on an object or already on surface, have certain pressure applied to them. I cannot come here again tell you how big the pressure, certain pressure. This liquid being transferred onto the surface, that's called compression stain.
Okay. And can you give us a brief explanation as to what a swipe is?
A swipe, you start generally when first moment contact, that probably can be a compression. Then with a lateral movement, you either the surface, receiving surface move, or the applying surface move. And could be both surface moved. That's called a swipe.
And those are two separate things. Is that correct, doctor?
There are two separate definitions.
And to a forensic scientist such as yourself that has some expertise in the area of blood splatter, that's an important distinction, isn't it, between swipe and compression?
It's important, but sometimes, again, have a gray area. You can't really tell too clearly. That's a compression or a swipe. Sometimes it's a combination.
But if you can make a distinction, that is an important one for a forensic scientist,
Yes.
correct? And if Mr. McDonald testified that that distinction was not important, would you agree with it?
I don't know exactly he referred to. If he referred a special situation, that's nothing wrong. If say every case, you shouldn't distinguish a compression and swipe, then it's wrong. Certain situation, a compression and swipe may be a combination. That's, again, each individual have their own opinion. And I'm not going to argue with everybody entitled, all the expert entitled their opinion. Certain scientific fact should not be argued about it. As far the opinion, they're entitled to give their opinion.
Okay, well, I don't want to ask you to criticize someone else, but would it be fair to say that with respect to that part of Mr. McDonald's testimony, you take a little bit of a different view?
Again, as I indicate, if on the particular item, maybe no differences, if in overall picture, a crime scene, a swipe, a compression, maybe make a difference.
Well, you heard that part of the testimony, didn't you?
I did not pay much attention on everything.
No, that particular part that I'm talking about where we got into the distinction between swipe and compression.
I don't recall. Some people may discuss with me, however, I did not really firsthand heard from Herb McDonald.
You weren't in the courtroom.
I wasn't in the courtroom.
Right.
I wasn't.
Okay.
No, I don't think I was in the courtroom.
All right. Now, Dr. Lee, with respect to the socks, getting back to the socks, is the stain 42A that we've been talking about
Yes, sir.
consistent with the person at the crime scene touching the socks?
You just look at the surface one, or you look at the whole socks.
Okay, let's take surface one so far.
Surface one, in order to have that, that's my interpretation now, okay? In order to have somebody touch somebody else's socks, the pants and the shoes have to have a separation to expose the surface. The best example I can give it to you, have to wear the pants like Michael Jackson type of thing. And certain portion of socks have to expose. If I wear my pants and the socks like that, if touch, have to touch my pants, not going to be the socks. So that's one condition. The second condition, the blood has to be liquid, not coagulate, not dry, has to be in liquid stage. Third thing, has to have certain pressure. I cannot tell you how much pressure, not just a gentle touch.
Okay, well, having said all that, if the pants are pulled up,
Yes, sir.
or if someone's kneeling over, or however it happens, the sock is exposed, and someone didn't grab the socks, but touched the sock, could that be with a bloody finger, wet bloody finger?
Has to be single finger.
Single finger?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and could it also be a result, this transfer of, or consistent with, someone wearing that sock and the sock coming up against a bloody object?
Has to have a pressure in that one location, because we look at that's just one location and very defined perimeter.
Okay, so the answer is yes?
Has to be certain condition to cause that transfer.
Well, yeah, if someone comes into contact with some pressure with some object that has wet blood on it, you can get that transfer.
Right.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, would this be a good spot?
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. Please remember all my admonitions to you. We'll stand in recess for 15. Dr. Lee, you can step down. Are all parties are again present? Jury is not present. All right, Deputy Magnero, let's have the jurors, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Scheck.
Yes, Your Honor,
Hold on, Deputy Magnero.
my apologies for making the statement to the court in the presence of the jury about these exhibits. I just want to be clear on the rules. If the witness is going to be questioned about a section of a learned treatise, it has to be established, as I understood, that he relied upon it, and I thought as well that counsel would be given an opportunity. I just want to make it clear to the court that, we had some discussion about what would be used with Dr. Lee, and I was handed this paper seconds before the question was asked, and that's the only reason I wanted time to see exactly what was being asked of the witness.
You were given, see, let me tell you what my perspective is, Mr. Scheck, so we
Yeah.
understand each other. I did not hear the foundational questions to Dr. Lee that he was about to be cross-examined as to somebody else's opinion in a learned treatise. I didn't hear the questions. I didn't hear anything read from an article, so I assumed that your objections were premature. And that's the way I felt at that time, and I think that the way the testimony unfolded, that's what came out, because he was not cross-examined or impeached as to anything in a learned treatise that he didn't rely upon or agree with.
Well,
I have much more confidence in this witness than apparently the lawyers do.
no, nobody can, I yield to no one in my confidence in this witness, but the point is simply a procedural one, because
I understand.
I don't want to be in the position of where I say something in front of the jury that...
But you understand the
and
context
you
of
and
my
I get
comment.
into a dialogue. If
This witness is not going to argue with either side about other scientists' opinions.
Your Honor, the point I want to make, just for the
Yes, you're
for the
entitled to
record,
see it, and if he's about to be cross-examined, you have the opportunity to
Right.
read to see what it is.
and he did, and I just so I'm clear on the practice, what happened was he was asked about Labor and Epstein generally. He said, excellent people. And then Mr. Goldberg read something from his notes, which in fact, it was my understanding, was either a direct quote or a summary of this. And
But
I
it was
thought at that point...
such an innocuous question that aren't there variables that have to do with how long it takes something to dry? That's a question that doesn't have to come out of a learned treatise, and that was obviously the focus of where Mr. Goldberg was going. It was not directly from this article. I agree with you. You've got the materials. If he's going to use specific passages to cross-examine, you're entitled to see it before we go into it.
Well, just for the record, and I'll make a copy of this for you, what then unfolded is that specific tables were used with different conditions for drying cloth swatches with 1 drop of blood.
But the
under different
objection should have
temperatures.
been then foundation.
Well, I thought I was trying to make them, but
Well,
I
no,
also, now
that
that this
was, Mr.
has come
Scheck, that
out-
was a speaking objection. If you had said foundation,
well,
you probably would have been sustained.
Your Honor, I will get to it. I just don't want to have any misunderstandings between us.
We have none.
Okay, and I will make an application when this is done. I want you to take a look at it, because I think it opens the door to some other things that had
It may,
previously been
it may
excluded.
very well might. That thought crossed my mind when I heard it.
I just say, Your Honor, I didn't ask about any experiments. I asked him about the generalized knowledge that he has, which is what he testified to on direct. He was testifying it from his generalized knowledge
I
about
understand,
blood drawing.
but then you went into this chart where somebody else did an experiment about drying times.
Well, because he was the one that told me about it. I wasn't going to get into that, except
Well-
Dr. Lee wanted to.
Just because they go into it doesn't mean you should cross-examine on it. I thought he left you with a pretty wide parameter that if you set it out to dry at night and you come back the next morning, it ought to be dry. I think that left you a wide enough parameter to work with, but you insisted on making it tighter. So, I don't know. But I'll see what the article says and probably get to read the article over the lunch hour. Not that I don't have other things to occupy my time with. If the defense insists on pursuing this particular line.
You should look at it.
But you got the transfers. I mean, what more do you want? All right, the record should reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Dr. Henry Lee is still on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Goldberg. And Mr. Goldberg, you may continue.
Now, Dr. Lee, you distinguished in your testimony between the manner of transfer as opposed to the mode of transfer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the mode of transfer would be the exact mechanism. In other words, was it a hand? Was it a gloved hand? Was it a object? What is it exactly that caused that blood transfer? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to that issue, the mode of transfer, were you able to render any opinion regarding the mode of transfer onto the socks?
There are numerous possibilities. I cannot tell you which one is definitively one method.
So would it be fair to say that on that, this is an area where you were unable to render an opinion on that question, mode of transfer?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked a little bit about trace analysis on direct examination, and you said that it fell in the area of hair examination, somewhere in between class characteristics and individualization. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you explain this, do you agree with this following statement? While it is difficult to make absolute individualizations in these areas, the trace analyst can make identifications with a high degree of certainty and can often establish partial individuality of a specimen with confidence based on experience and analytical results.
I would say 80 to 90% that statement correct. They forgot one thing, depends on samples. Not all the sample you can reach that degree of certainty. Some of the sample, yes, you can. Other sample maybe only can do a class characteristic identification.
Sir, have you ever publicly stated the comment that I just made in any public forum, whether it's published or oral?
Maybe in certain contexts. I try to tell the investigator how important trace evidence is in solving crime or dissociate a person from a crime. Trace evidence have particular value. Don't overlook trace evidence. Although trace evidence we cannot approach positive identification. There are two extremes. One called individualization, one called identification. A lot of physical evidence fall in between. Degree, different degree. Fingerprint, that's a positive identification. Here, we cannot reach to that, say, just from this person, no other person.
Well, let me ask you this, Doctor. Maybe I can just approach counsel for a moment. Index for a second. Let me just ask you this, Dr. Lee.
Yes.
With respect to trace analysis. Would it be your position that in some cases regarding hair comparisons, that identifications can be made with a high degree of certainty and can often establish partial individuality of the specimen with confidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there were certain items that you looked at where you packaged some hair and trace evidence in bindles in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And one was the envelope, and one was Ron Goldman's boots, and the other one was the soil sample. Is that correct?
No.
That you-
Actually, 21 bindles.
Well, that you testified to on direct examination.
Testifying direct, yes, only 3. But in reality, when I examined, I found 21 separate bindles of trace
Okay,
evidence.
so I'm sorry, I was asking about the testimony. Now, with respect to these 3 items, Dr. Lee, did you do any comparisons yourself on any of the hair and trace evidence in those bindles?
No, I did not.
Okay. And is there any forensic significance to finding the materials that you found in those 3 items?
Unless examined, maybe some significance.
Well, sir, is it common to find stray hair and trace materials when you're analyzing a particular piece of evidence for hair and trace?
Yes.
And is there anything unusual about that?
Just shows the presence of trace, and of course, what type of trace becomes significant. Whether or not can link a person or dissociate a person now becomes significant. If you find trace, that's uncommon. We can find, if you give me time, I go to jury box, I can probably find hundreds of hairs, all different fibers.
Okay, and we might be able to find some hairs and fibers. We would be able to find some hairs and fibers in the jury box that don't belong to any of the jurors in this case.
If you give me time, I will find a lot of hairs and fibers, maybe nothing to do with the jury panel.
Even though this jury panel has been sitting in this jury box for quite some time.
Sure. Maybe I can find your hair there too.
Okay. So there wouldn't be anything unusual about being able to find hairs and fibers at a crime scene that don't belong to the suspects and the victim. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you were asked a little bit about the generalities of crime scene identification, and the defense used a chart. It was Defense 1350, if we could just take a look at that. Now, sir, this chart was intended in order to represent the basic steps in terms of categories of a forensic examination from crime scene forward. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding exactly how to interpret the chart correctly. Let's say that we have a situation, doctor, where the biological evidence at a crime scene, let's say it's blood, is stepped in by a defendant and it's deposited on the sole of his shoes. And then he takes it to some other location.
The form of this hypothetical.
Okay. Now, in that hypothetical scenario that I've given you, has the collection, in effect, been done by the suspect himself instead of by a police officer?
The collection actually involves 2 falls. You start with a recognition. If, say, an individual step in the blood, walk on a surface, you deposit some evidence on that walkway surface. That, it's not by defendant himself. The detective or the criminal at the scene have to see it, to recognize it, try to enhance it, then collect it. If you forget about that, you create a big problem for future reconstruction. The second half, you are correct. The shoe itself become a valuable piece of evidence. Unless you found the shoe, you can't really do a side-by-side comparison.
Okay. And in that kind of a hypothetical situation where you had found a shoe like that, say, you would still be able to test that shoe for conventional testing and for DNA testing, is that correct?
Yeah, the shoe, again, the testing involved quite a bit now, not only serological analysis. You have to, the most valuable is the pattern comparison. Side by side, the shoe and the footprint, you have to compare, not only look at general characteristics, also look at the wear, cut, pattern, so-called individual characteristics. Grouping, just one part of it, whether or not you can link to certain source of a blood, just like hair, soil, whether or not you can link to the back to the scene. So the whole process is involving recognition, preservation, documentation, collection, everything.
Okay. And you would agree that well, let me ask another question. Let's change the hypothetical a
Yes,
little
sir.
bit. And let's say that instead of a suspect at the crime scene, we have a brand-new police officer at his first crime scene. And he accidentally steps in some blood.
Yes.
And he's a little panicked and he's nervous about doing that, obviously. But he immediately takes his shoe off, Dr. Lee.
Okay.
And he brings it to you.
Yes.
You would still be able to analyze the blood on that shoe, wouldn't you?
Your Honor, I haven't heard, no foundation.
If the shoe bring to me, yes, I will be able to identify whether or not that's blood, if it's in fact blood, human blood or not. If it's human blood, of course, just like you indicate, traditional serological grouping, type A, type B, type O, DNA typing, try to see whose blood. Equally important, I have to look at the scene, whether or not I have same type of a shoe print.
Okay. So there's a variety of testing that you could do, even in the hypothetical that I gave you.
And all start with recognition.
Yeah.
You
And,
have to see it first.
okay. And in my particular hypothetical, though, Doctor, the police officer obviously didn't recognize the blood at the time that he stepped in it, right?
Yes.
And he didn't accurately document it or photograph it, is that correct?
Yes.
And you,
To this on foundational grounds and 352 grounds.
and would you agree, Doctor, that a police officer dabbing his foot in blood is, and then using his shoe for analysis wouldn't be the recommended collection technique?
I'm lost.
Okay, well, you go out and lecture police officers.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's say a police officer raises his hand. He's in the audience. Dr. Lee, if I don't have any swatches or I don't have any bindles to scrape off the blood, can I just dab my foot in it and submit my shoe for analysis?
Assumes facts, not an evidence, no foundation.
Would you tell the officer, well, I don't recommend that?
I'd probably tell, don't dab, just give me your shoes, and don't do it next time.
Okay. All right. So even though we have a big mistake in terms of recognition, in terms of preservation, documentation, collection, identification, we can still do comparison, we can still do individualization. Is that correct? In my hypothetical.
You're going to be on shaky ground, because unless we recognize everything, we can do partial reconstruction.
We probably
Partial.
can't do reconstruction.
Cannot do a complete reconstruction.
If I may approach for a second. So, in my hypothetical, we're probably going, we botched recognition.
You're blocking out number
We
7.
botched recognition.
Yes.
We botched preservation, documentation, collection, and the hypothetical.
Right.
Identification, we nailed.
Yes.
Right? Comparison, we nailed.
Yes.
Correct. Individualization depends on how many probes.
Right.
Okay. Reconstruction, probably not.
Yes, that's correct.
So, Doctor, if we wanted to change the title of the chart from steps in forensic examination to garbage in, garbage out, that would be incorrect from a scientific standpoint, wouldn't it?
No, you cannot change my title.
Okay. Thank you, good.
But garbage in, garbage out, that's a common thing I use in lecture. You collect a lot of garbage from the crime scene. Laboratory scientist, my report going to like a garbage. You really don't know where they come from, what's going to happen, just say like a garbage report. You have to do a so-called totality team approach. Everybody have to work together,
Right.
do the best job, yes.
All right, but even in cases such as the one that I related where that's not done, sometimes, I won't say that you can save the case, but you can still get some meaningful test
Yes, sir.
results, very meaningful
That's
evidence.
correct.
All right. Now, if we changed our hypothetical again, Dr. Lee, so that the police officer photographed the blood stain properly before he stepped in it, then we might even be able to do some reconstruction as well. Is that true? Limited.
Limited.
Will again object to, unless there's facts and evidence, I think these hypotheticals and the changes have no foundation.
And, Doctor, when I was questioning you a little while ago, you were talking, I think that you said something to the effect that you wouldn't recommend someone using their hands to touch the swatches to see whether they were dry.
Yes.
But if we had someone who did that, and let's say our same police officer, a new police officer, he's new, oh my heavens, not only did I do all those other things, I also touched the swatches with my hands.
Foundation, facts not in evidence. Swatches?
Dr. Lee, would your procedure there be that you would take a blood sample from the police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you would test his, depending on what testing you were doing, you might do conventional serology, you might do PCR and RFLP, correct?
Yes.
And you would still then test the evidence, is that true?
Yes, I will test the evidence with the control. If somebody touch it, the body cell may contaminate to the evidence. That's one possibility. Second, only for the protection of the individual may have a cut, some hepatitis or AIDS or other virus may infect the individual. So touching not only is a contamination, also protection. If have some body material transfer to that sample, now you're going to have a contaminated sample. We have to have a known control, compare, try to resolve, see what we can do.
And although things like that aren't supposed to happen, every once in a while there are cases where something like that does occur.
Yes.
All right. Now, you were asked about the socks being packaged together in an envelope, and I just wanted to clarify your testimony on this topic. Is the packaging, let's say that you have two socks at a crime scene, and you collect them together and you put them in the same bag
Yes.
together. Is it your position that there could be a transfer from one sock to another sock?
It could be.
And that transfer could be hair and trace?
Also, could be biological material.
If the socks are wet at the time they're
If
collected?
the socks are wet, if have some body tissues or body material can cause a transfer.
Are you going to expect a transfer in your experience at that time if the socks are dry?
If have dry skin, tissue, those you don't need any wet material. If it's blood stain, sometimes this touch can have a trace transfer. If it's wet, you definitely going to expect transfer.
Is packaging the socks together in the way that I just described going to change the DNA type on the socks that was deposited there?
I cannot say specifically relate to this case, but if a case, for example, a simple example, let's say ABO typing, the victim is type A, the decedent is type B, if have a transfer, our reading going to be type AB, a mixture. What AB means could be a AB type. They are people AB type. There could be a mixture of A and B. In other words, the interpretation gets so complicated now. Sometimes it's possible to resolve. Other times, just impossible. You just call it, could be a mixture.
All right, let me make the hypothetical a little bit more specific then. Let's say that in our hypothetical we have a 15-probe RFLP match on one of the stains on our hypothetical socks that were
Yes.
packaged together at the time they were collected.
Right.
Does packaging at the time that they were collected change the DNA type?
In theory, shouldn't. However, if, let's say, hypothetically, because a lot is impossible, let's say just happen, well, I have to look at the band that's a homozygote or heterozygote. Let's say all the bands are heterozygote, 2 bands instead of 1. It's a remote, almost remote, but do have a possibility 2 individuals, each one have 1 band. Mixed together, become 2 bands.
Okay, now, if we know the contributors to the biological evidence on that sock, and let's say we know there's more than one donor to the blood on the 2 socks, then we can eliminate some of those mixture problems. Is that correct?
If we have a complete profile, maybe we can be able to do that.
And would you agree that even if the 2 socks are packaged together, a 15-probe match would be an extremely significant piece of evidence?
If it's genuine, that's a important
Yes.
evidence.
Right. Now, Dr. Lee, just very briefly on the issue of collecting clothes, and then we'll move on to a different topic. Is it your position in training police officers that where clothes are in a pile, for example, a number of different articles of clothes, they should in fact collect the clothes as a group and package them together in the same package? Is that the way that you train them?
Yes.
Okay. So there's not an absolute that you always have to package the clothing separately?
If they're separate, you should package separate. If you have a clothing on top of each other or you mingle together, for example, certain people take off their pants, the underpants come with it all together. You don't have to separate them in a crime scene. You should collect as one group.
And would you agree that with respect to the sock photos that you've seen in this case, in your analysis of the socks, we could never exclude the possibility that the socks came into contact with one another prior to being collected anyway?
I only can testify what I see. I saw the picture, there's 2 socks separate,
Right.
clearly. Before that, I don't know.
Thank you. Now, getting back just to our chart, do you have another chart that you sometimes use in explaining the concept of crime scene investigation called your 4-way transfer theory that's contained in the, excuse me, I think it's 4-way linkage. I got it wrong.
That's become an international, well-known four-way linkage
Okay.
theory. That's one of my theories, yes.
Can we mark as people's next in order? It would be 591, Your Honor.
All right, you've given a copy of this item to Mr. Scheck.
I don't know if we gave him a copy or whether we just showed it this morning.
All right, Mr.
But it's
Martinez.
also... Your Honor, I'm just going to give Mr. Scheck a copy of the, well, I'm not going to give it to him. I'm going to let him
That's-
borrow a page in the book.
All right, proceed. This is a slide you have made up?
Yes. And Dr. Lee, is this exhibit that we've just marked that says Henry Lee's four-way linkage theory, A,
I wish only one Henry Lee. There are too many people called Henry Lee. I just found out in L.A. the telephone books a lot of Henry Lee.
okay. Is this a summary of your concept of four-way linkage?
Yes, sir.
And is it true that this is the goal of crime scene processing?
Yes,
So if a criminalist goes out to a crime scene, what he's trying to accomplish is the idea of what he or she is trying to accomplish is the idea of four-way linkage.
yes.
Can you please explain this to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It's a pointer, Your Honor. Is this a...
I don't know if that's a pointer.
No, we don't have that working right now.
The crime scene,
I think that we can use the telestrator, but maybe the
yeah, just the
pointer's fine.
pointer is fine.
Okay.
Any investigation involves in four important elements. One is a scene. The crime scene itself has to be intact and preserved. Any time have a crime, have a victim. So victim itself become a crime scene. For example, a hit and run case, a pedestrian got hit. The pedestrian's body become a crime scene. A rape case, same thing. The rape victim become a crime scene. Of course, the suspect, who person or persons commit the crime, become a crime scene itself. And physical evidence, such as guns, shoe print, hair, sometimes earring can become a piece of physical evidence, tire track. All those four areas, as a good investigator and good criminalist, we have to have a concept of this embedded in our mind. When you walk to the crime scene, you should understand this nature. To link, you need a four-way linkage. You can link the suspect to the scene. If you found certain crucial physical evidence. Also, you can link the physical evidence back to the suspect or suspects. Also, you can link the physical evidence to the victim. So this four-way linkage is rather important. By using same analogy to case, let's say a hit and run case. On that street, we have a scene. At the scene, you can find blood. You can find tire track. You can find glass, metal, soil. The victim's body taken to the hospital. On his chest, maybe we find tire track. On his clothing, we may find imprint pattern. Maybe have glass fragment. The vehicle itself become a physical evidence, which, such as a broken lens, lost a, of course, ideally lost a muffler. We can pick up the muffler and physically and fit. You can have a link. Then the suspect, of course, if the suspect after hit and run stopped, step in the blood, now we have a footprint. We can link the suspect. So this so-called four-way linkage, you have to always consider all the possibilities.
Doctor, can we perhaps use a simpler analogy or fact pattern? Let's say that we have a crime scene.
Yes.
Let's say it's a robbery,
Yes.
just so we're understanding the concept. And there's an article of clothing at the scene that has a hair that is consistent with the suspect that he dropped at the crime scene.
Yes.
This point, it's foundational 352 forward.
And on that same article of clothing, there's also a hair that's consistent with the victim.
Yes.
Can you explain how that would work with your four-way linkage theory?
Let's say a piece of garment, which we do have cases, for example, robbery or burglary, getting too hot, they take off their jacket. Somehow left in a hurry, left in the scene. We found hairs. That hair can link to a victim. That hair also can link to a suspect. This hair also can link to a crime scene.
Okay. And if the suspect and victim hair is found on the same item, it also links the victim to the suspect.
Yes, could be. Link depends on the condition of the hair, depends on whether or not this hair so-called secondary transfer.
And it would also, if the article of clothing is found at the crime scene, link the physical evidence up to the scene.
Yes, sir.
All right. And is it true, Dr. Lee, I think we're finished with that. Is it true, Dr. Lee, that the hallmark of a crime scene identification is whether or not we were successful in establishing four-way linkage?
Yes.
Now, would you agree that it is very often that very experienced, capable criminalists or crime scene technicians or police will go out to a crime scene and very carefully, systematically process the crime scene, but they can't establish four-way linkage?
Yes, do have cases, either failure of recognition or failure of any of those steps. And sometimes maybe it just not exist.
And is it also true that sometimes a less careful processing of the crime scene, less capable processing of the crime scene, can nevertheless result in four-way linkage?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's get to the issue, Dr. Lee, of the Bronco that you testified to a little bit in your direct testimony. Now, did you ever physically inspect the Bronco yourself?
Now, as I indicate to the jury, I never physically, personally look at a Bronco.
And were you present, did you know that there was a search of the Bronco that was done on August the 26th of 1994?
I don't remember a specific date.
Okay, were you generally aware of some research of the Bronco that was done in August of 94, at which some defense people and some
Yes.
prosecution people were present?
Yes.
And did someone disallow you from coming there, or?
Not exactly. The situation disallow me. I only can work on my spare time.
Okay.
On weekends. I cannot come here. I have a official duty. Also, the world cannot stop just because of this case.
Okay. So, with respect to your analysis in this case, is it true that part of the limitation was your own busy schedule?
Yes, because the day I want it, it's not available to me, and the day they want it, I cannot come here.
Okay. Now, with respect to the amount of blood that we're going to expect to find in an item such as the Bronco, do you agree with the idea that we can only interpret the blood stains that are physically present, and that no one should speculate as to why a defendant was not blood-stained except in the most unusual cases?
Yes, in general.
Okay. And do you agree, sir, that in the forensic scientific literature, that there is a lot of literature that indicates numerous references state an assailant is not always blood-stained as a result of their active participation in a bloodletting event?
That again, in general, depends on type of crime and what condition of the crime, what type of physical force involved.
Do you also agree that forensic scientists have to interpret what they see as opposed to what they don't see?
I disagree that absence of evidence not necessarily wasn't there. Absence of evidence maybe wasn't there. Maybe somebody just not experienced enough or incapable or inability to see that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Have you read Mr. McDonald's article on the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence? The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
I'm a Chinese. Take me a while to think about this double talk. Absence.
Let me see if I can get that for you. And okay, I put some lines on my copy. May I approach the witness?
Can you show Mr. Scheck what you have?
Yeah, fine, Mr. Scheck.
Right.
Dr. Lee, why don't you just take a quick look at that and see if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you've seen that article.
I read a lot of article. Which paragraph you want me to read?
Well, you don't have to read it. I just want to ask you whether or not, looking at it silently to yourself, you recognize.
Okay.
All right.
Dr. Lee, do you recognize the article?
Sort of. I don't remember every line.
I know there's an enormous amount of forensic science literature out there, isn't there?
Yes.
All right. Do you agree generally with the findings of McDonald in this particular?
In general, yes, but the specific example he gave maybe not totally cover the whole situation.
Okay, but in general, do you agree with the proposition that we really can't infer that someone did not participate in a crime involving a bloody event simply because they don't have blood on their clothing or on their person?
Again, as I indicated before, depends on situation. One example said beat up the rabbit. Rabbit and human, that's two different things. You beat up a rabbit, did not get blood spatter on your clothing, doesn't prove you beat up a human, did not get the blood on your body. And I guess all depends on situation. If you stand at distance, fire a shot, gunshot, let's say 30 feet away, kill somebody, I don't expect to find blood spatter on somebody's clothing. That's correct. However, if you put the gun next to somebody's head, fire a shot, nothing, no clothing block the back spatter, I expect to find some blood spatter. So it varies. I cannot, in certain sense, he's correct. In other situation, maybe not.
Okay, isn't there a lot of forensic science literature out there that generally cautions the forensic scientists who are involved in blood spatter that you can't really say that someone didn't participate in a crime just because they're not covered in blood, even if it's something like a stabbing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, perhaps I can mark the article as People's next in order. I guess that would be 592.
People's 592.
Sir, do you agree with the concept that we can only interpret the bloodstains that are physically present and that no one should speculate as to why a defendant was not bloodstained except in the most unusual cases?
Is he reading from something? I don't know.
These are my notes.
Again, generally, we only can interpret a certain pattern which we can see. If you did not see it, not necessarily wasn't there. You cannot interpret something you did not see. Then you say, not there.
What I want to note, Doctor, though, is do you agree with that particular quote that I just read?
In general.
Okay. Now, have you been involved? Let me ask a couple other questions first. Is it true generally that stabbings, generally speaking, involve less blood than beatings?
No. Stabbing depends where you stab. You can have a lot of blood. Beating depends where you beat. If you beat somebody's real end, when I was young, my mother used to discipline me. I don't see another blood spatter. So,
Well,
all different.
I'm talking about beating deaths.
Beating death.
Where someone's
Beat the head or
beating-
beat the body, and it's all different.
Okay, let's say that we have a situation where someone's beaten another person to death in the head with a brick.
This is not particularly relevant.
Well,
counsel.
that goes to the Bronco and a number of other items defense got into.
The cause of death here is clear.
Well, I'm just,
No, let's proceed.
all right. Now, sir, have you had some cases yourself in your own career as a forensic scientist where the crime scene was extremely bloody,
Yes, sir.
yet the suspect did not have a lot of blood on his clothing?
Off my head, I don't really remember every crime scene I went. In general, more blood, I should expect to find some blood on the suspect. Again, depends on situation. If a shooting at the distance, yes, victim lying there have a lot of blood, but suspect already long gone, you don't expect to find that. Those are correct. If a close combat situation may be different.
Okay. Now, with respect to the Rockingham location, Dr. Lee, you saw some spots in the foyer, is that correct? Of blood?
Spot, yes.
Okay. And can you determine the difference as a forensic scientist between a 1 centimeter cut and a 2 centimeter cut based upon those 6 spots?
If the cut into a blood vessel, maybe. If not, I cannot tell you.
Okay, so if we're dealing with a cut that did not go into a blood vessel, then we cannot say from the number of dots that you had how big the cut was.
No. Just can say a small cut.
All right. Now, in addition to that, Doctor, when you were at the Rockingham location, did you have occasion to find any item that, in your forensic opinion, was consistent or appeared to be blood in the area of the air conditioning near Cato Kalin's house?
Yes, sir.
And was that something that you believed to, that you thought appeared to be blood?
I test some doorknobs, some sink traps, and air conditioner.
I'm just asking about the air conditioner.
I thought
whether
you
you
asked
saw
for different
something.
places. Yeah.
Okay. That's all right, Your Honor. I'll move on. I think he's answered the question. Now, sir, with respect to the Bundy crime scene location, I'd like to ask you a little bit about what you did in terms of the reconstruction at that location.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to mark, well, first of all, let me ask you, were your opinions that you offered regarding the Bundy location based upon what you saw in the photographs, or did you also take into consideration the testimony of pathologists in this case?
What my observation regards to imprint is my direct observation on June 25th on the tile. Also look at some physical evidence. Regards to this closing area, basically looking at photograph, the distribution of the pattern, the location of scene. Regards to some other information that did relate to me, some number of cut or stab or injury.
Okay, let me just make sure we're clear. So is it your position that as a forensic scientist looking at the Bundy location, you have to set aside what the pathologists say and just concentrate on what you see?
And the majority part. Of course, I consider the number of injury. Not only one thing I look at it. I
Okay.
did not look at the stomach content, livability, or post-mortem change.
Okay,
The
so in
rest.
other words, things that you can see yourself in
Right,
pictures.
right.
All right. Now, I'd like to mark as people's next in order an exhibit that's going to be 593, and it's a board of the Bundy location concentrating on what we've referred to in this case as the caged area and some photographs. Your Honor, one of the photographs is perhaps one that should not be suited for display.
All right. Mr. Bancroft acknowledges that. Here. Bancroft, stay off the bottom row.
Dr. Lee, direct your addition to the exhibit that we've marked as People's 593 for identification. Can you see that? Let me have to.
Yes, you may, Dr. Lee.
Yes, I can see those in here now.
And Doctor, do those appear to be the same exact photographs that were used on a defense exhibit that you were using to explain to the jury some of the blood pattern or blood reconstruction analysis in the case? The 9 photographs you used.
Some appear to be the same, some maybe there are differences.
Are there any, which one are the ones that you think are different?
The picture I used, for example, this key, I did see some reddish stain. However, this picture, when I look at it now, I don't see any reddish stain.
Because we're getting a different view of the key?
I have no idea.
Okay.
And these boots, the picture provided to me, have more like a blood stain compared to this. Yes, I do see blood stain, soil material trace, but much less. And this one is a much closer, it's a closer shot, but in general, this is the same. And some of those, this must be a so-called first generation. Better picture than what I get is a print out of the print. I would say in general, it depicts the scene. I wasn't there. I wasn't the one who took those pictures, so I can't really come here mislead you, say that's exactly what I see at the crime scene.
Okay, for the record, the ones that Dr. Lee indicated could be somewhat different than the photos that he saw are on the right-hand side of this exhibit in what would be the extreme right portion as you're facing the exhibit. The bottom photograph depicting Ronald Goldman's boots, the photograph above that depicting the keys, and the photograph above that that appears to be a close-up of the card that has item number 108 in it. Is that correct, Doctor?
Yes.
All right. Now, but other than that, we've depicted all of the areas that were subject of your testimony in terms of the reconstruction of what happened at the Bundy location. Is that
Yes, sir.
all right. Now, Dr. Lee, could you use some red tape, if you have any, to show us where these items are on the diagram? I think I have some red tape here, actually.
You don't have a pole here. Basically, it's around here. I don't have a background body, so I really cannot.
Okay, just give us the
General location.
and now where are you pointing from what to what?
The pole should be like a, this
Oh,
is
the
a
tree-
landmark.
You put some tape from the sapling
Right.
over to the general location.
I cannot tell you the specific location. In this diagram has no, that, what you call sapling?
Sapling, a small tree. Here, let me just ask you this. With respect to,
It looks like a 2x4 to me. In front have a pole.
take a close look. Does that look like a tree that's attached to a stake
Yeah.
for support? All right. Now, maybe we could just indicate, you could indicate for us this, from the gate, the stain, okay, you're connecting to, let's not cover over it, so let's just go like this. Right, and then there. That be okay?
Sure.
Okay, so you've connected 2 photographs, is that correct?
Right.
And those are the photographs in the upper right-hand corner of the exhibit? Can you connect this gate that has the photo card 108 in it to where the gate would be approximately?
Okay, I only can, if you draw the picture diagram with the number of poles, I will tell you exactly. I only can tell that's number 8 here in the picture. I will say approximately in this location.
Isn't that closer to, a little closer to the corner?
You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 left.
6 bars.
You have 8 bars. When you look at this picture, you get wrong projection. That's called depth of the field. When we take a picture, the closer place looks like bigger. The distance one, like a distance shorter. Can you see the gap here? Much bigger. In real sense, all those gaps should be identical.
And with respect to the photo of the keys, can you connect that up to the general location?
Yes, sir. Again, just a general location. I don't have a plan here shows me exactly the scene. I will say around here.
Okay, so that's somewhere, understanding this is an approximation in the area.
Very
Mr.
general.
Goldman's
Very
speaking.
general.
And, well, I don't know if we should connect up the shoe, what do you think?
Because after
Yes. All right, well, let's not
cannot
connect,
really
let's
connect
not connect that. But can we connect the photograph that has photo card 11-9 in it?
Well, again, I have to make some assumption this is here, the gate, because the picture, the diagram did not show me. I will say in this general location.
So that's kind of like the post that you would expect the gate to swing open and closed on. Now, directing your attention now, we're going to move over to the left-hand side of this exhibit. And why don't you just describe this for us orally, and then we'll connect it up. The gate portion, excuse me, gate's wrong word. The fence portion at the bottom,
Yes.
where is that?
This looks like somebody took a picture from other side of the fence. Look into the fence. For example, let's say the jewelry box, here's the fence. I'm taking a picture from here, not inside of the jewelry box. So, has to be other side.
Okay, now, Dr. Lee, would it appear to you then that the photo card bearing 109 is the same stain that's contained in the lower photo, only this is from the inside view?
Definitely different. It's same location, but here shows different stain.
You mean that the stain in the bottom photograph is not the same as this?
This one is this. This dripping, it's not showing in this photo.
Because we're showing,
Here have more spatters along the column. It's not showing in this photo.
okay, but would it be fair to say that at least the 109 stain is showing, the stain with the photo card 109 is showing in the lower photograph? But from
Very partial
and from the other side.
from the other side.
Would it be fair then for us to link these two photographs up?
And we'll try. Unless we put the tape other side.
And let's try to block as little as the
Right.
pictures as we can. You want me to hold
Yeah,
that,
please.
You want to put this over here?
Oops. No.
Can we just trim this a little bit so it's not blocking too much of the stain?
Actually, if for real, we have to go other side,
Right.
not this side. All right.
And can you tell us where the photograph that we're seeing now also has a stain on the lower portion of the rail? Is that stain the same as the 109 stain?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we connect those? Well, I don't want to block too much of it. Without blocking the picture, can we connect those two stains? So the view that we have with the 109 card in it is simply a closer-up view of the view that we have with the 101 card that shows the beeper as well. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay, and then the view above that also shows the beeper. So can we connect the two beeper photos? And let's just not block that. Let's cut this a little bit. And now can you locate for us using our diagram the approximate location of the beeper?
Okay, now, we know that's hole number 6. However, again, I don't know, no indication of a sort of a measurement. All I can say it's around here. General location.
Could this beeper be in the approximate location if Ronald Goldman's head was up against a tree stump that's depicted in the photo that has the 101 card in it? Could the beeper be a little bit further to the Bundy, the Bundy side of the street?
Just stretch it a bit.
Should we add a little bit, you want to add a little more tape on there?
Yeah, this is typical example of a two-dimensional diagram. We try to visualize a three-dimensional setting. It's almost impossible, but in general, probably this location. If this diagram give me number of holes, I can tell you exactly.
But at least we're getting a general location.
Right, right.
Is there anything else that you feel should be connected up on this? Hold on for a second. Let me just give you this photograph first, Dr. Lee. I think it's been marked as people's. Your Honor, I want to show them People's 56D, but this is a photograph that also should not go out over the Elmo. We're going to show you a photograph. Oh. Dr. Lee, I just want you to take a look at this photograph for a moment and try to get yourself oriented a little bit. Particularly on the beeper.
Yeah, this beeper shows under almost number 3 pole. And here, you may, unless in between here no poles, then to have a too big a gap. Looks like number 4 pole.
Okay, I assume, Dr. Lee, if you take a close look at this, does it appear that what we've been referring to as the sapling in photograph that bears the 101 card, that's more of a perspective shot, that the sapling and the stake are blocking one of our poles?
Yeah.
All right. So would the beeper be a little bit further back towards Ron Goldman's buttocks?
Again, that's two-dimensional. Looks like this picture could be even a little further here. It's kind of difficult now. If I go that far, here impossible to have 3 poles in that little corner area. Something wrong with this diagram, something wrong with perspective of this picture. You can't eat the pie both ways.
Okay, is it correct to say that when we're interpreting photographs, we have some problems with perspective and distortions that occur?
Exactly.
As a result of photography?
Yes.
All right, so is there an area where you'd be more comfortable with placing this red dot, this red tape, than where you have it now?
If I know exactly how many poles, if you give me a number, I can evenly divide it up and count the number of poles, tell you exactly the location.
Would it be safe to say that the beeper appears to be far east, or at least east of Ron Goldman's shoulder?
And that doesn't make too much difference. I'll give you a little bit.
So, Dr. Lee, would it be fair to say that with respect to all of the blood stains that we referred to, or that you referred to on the board that you were shown by the defense when you were discussing Bundy, that all of them happened in an area that's west of the portion of the fence that is parallel to Bundy? They're west of there.
Yes.
And all of them are south of the fence that is parallel to the neighbor's yard.
With this particular set of picture, I don't have a overall shows this part. I did see another picture related to a railing. So, in other words, there are other patterns which are inability for me to see it. I only can test upon on the picture I saw.
And as to the pictures that you saw, all of the blood stains are to the east of...
West, to the west. That's the west direction.
Okay, well, I want to ask you about towards the east.
Towards the
Okay.
east.
All of the blood stains are to the east of the area where the stump is located.
The stump is located here. It's the west side of the stump.
Okay, when I was saying stump, I was referring to the...
Oh,
what
this.
appears to be, yes.
Oh. Okay. A good portion is to the east. There are some, for example, the street. Those little spatter drops, appear to be to the west of the stump.
So would it be fair to say, Doctor, that with respect to the photographs that you discussed on direct examination, that these photographs and the location of the blood spatters indicate that the murder occurred in an area, with respect to Ron Goldman, about the size of a very small walk-in closet?
Like my house?
Maybe like my
I
house.
don't know, a definition of a small walk-in closet. I do know this area is 68 inches total. If we divide it by the pole, then we can get the number.
Could I have a few more minutes, or do you want to break for lunch?
Do you have just a few more minutes?
Yeah, I just wanted to tie up this last.
All right, let's finish the exhibit.
Doctor, using the scale on the bottom of this exhibit, can we just get a measurement? Let's see if we can do this, as to the approximate area that would contain all of the blood stains that we have here.
Your Honor, I think I have an objection to this on
Foundation.
foundational grounds.
Sustain.
As to what?
Foundation. Scale.
Well, I have to be heard on that, Your Honor, so perhaps we need to raise it for the...
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you, or allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 1:15. All right, Dr. Lee, you can step down. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. All parties are again present. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to take up before we launch back into it?
Well, there was the issue of the use of the scale diagram, Your Honor. And the diagram that we brought to court today is a combination, basically, of 3 exhibits. It has part of the exhibit that we used with Bill Bodziak of the Bundy Walk.
Let me see the diagram. Why don't you put it up on the jury box rail so I can see the diagram portion?
Your Honor, basically this is a combination of 3 diagrams. Part of the diagram is the Bundy Walk diagram that was testified to by Bill Bodziak, which is to scale, and the tiles are approximately 11.5 inches. And also the scale is the same as in the Bodziak diagram. So that's part of it. Then we also combined it with another diagram that just showed close in on the caged-in area, which the court will probably recall, with the outline of Ron Goldman's body and Nicole's body. And then, of course, we combined the defense diagram on here with all the photographs. So that's all this is, a compilation.
All right,
What?
or any other further comment on that? On the scale objection?
No, that's the scale.
Your Honor. I take it, Mr. Gold, before you take that down, the feet then refers to the Bodziak diagram. Is that, I mean, is the scale, where did that come from? Is that the Bodziak walkway?
The Bodziak diagram.
Right. See, I think the problem I have with this, Your Honor, is a few of them. Number one, I don't hear Mr. Goldberg making any representation that those bodies are drawn to scale in relation to the first, as Mr. Goldberg refers to it, the first plain walkway area and the closed-in area. Nor is Mr. Goldman's body, as depicted in that diagram, necessarily in scale in relation to the tree or the rest of the closed-in area. And the problem that I think we had with Dr. Lee and these photographs as he was being asked to draw lines is that in our photographs he did everything by pole placements, and then we have different photographs of Mr. Goldman's body in relation to these things that are taken from different angles. And frankly, it seems to me that it's already misleading. Dr. Lee has indicated as he was drawing the various, extending the tape, what some of these limitations were. But my concern at the end of the morning, and frankly my concern now, is that I had thought that somehow those bodies were drawn to scale. I wasn't too sure what the purpose of this was initially, but now it's apparent to me that it is misleading in terms of trying to place the beeper in relation to the body over the shoulder and the poles. I think that there's no foundation whatsoever that we can do that through this diagram. In fact, the photographic evidence seems to be in contradiction to the way that this is drawn.
Well, then this is a different objection than the one from me, which was simply to the scale. Does the court want me to address that?
Well, the objection is the scale of the bodies.
And the closed-in areas.
Well, the scale of, first of all, the scale of Nicole is irrelevant, basically, to the purpose for which this is shown. But see, some of these things, Your Honor, can be handled through independent evidence that's already been introduced.
No, just the simple question is, was there an attempt made to place the depiction of Ron Goldman's body? Was that any attempt to keep that in scale?
Yes. And what I'm telling you, Your Honor, is that the only way that can be done to try to accurately to do that is by looking at the crime scene photographs to figure out where he was placed. And we already have extensive crime scene photographs showing that. If the court and counsel want me to introduce every crime scene photograph on Ron Goldman with this witness so that we can make sure that this is proper, I'll do it. But I don't think that is what Mr. Scheck wants. I don't think that is in anyone's interest here. And the jury can simply look at the crime scene photographs we have and say, yeah, that's about right. It's what was about there. His head is up against the stump.
Your Honor, my point, I have a proposal for resolving this, and that is that I think the pictures speak for themselves in terms of what they show. My problem is that now it's clear to us that the closed-in area and the bottom walkway area and the bodies and where they're placed therein are not drawn to scale, whereas this diagram with its scale at the bottom seems to give the impression that the entire thing is drawn to scale, when in fact all that's drawn to scale are the placement of the footprints and essentially the lifting of the Bodziak diagram. What I would request of the court is that there's an agreement of the parties that that is the only part of this diagram that is drawn to scale.
Well, that's just not true. I mean, the whole thing's...
Oh, don't interrupt his comment.
Oh, he finished.
Well, I'm only trying to listen very carefully to the proffer. And the proffer, as I understand it, is that the walkway diagram, which shows the footprints, is drawn to scale, and the rest of it is not drawn to scale, and the depictions of the bodies in relation to those locations has not in any scientific way been drawn to scale.
Everything is to scale, and the only issue is the bodies, Your Honor. And the bodies are based on photographs.
All right.
That's the only way of doing it.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection at this time on foundational grounds. Court has seen all of the photographs that have been involved in this case, plus been to the scene itself on numerous occasions. And the depiction on this chart, which is, I believe, People's Exhibit in the 593, I don't find it to be misleading. All right, let's proceed. Let's have the jury, please.
As the jury's coming in or after?
This diagram.
Oh, no.
Dr. Lee, would you resume the witness stand, please?
Yes. Dr. Hill?
All right, Dr. Lee is again on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Goldberg. Go ahead and have a seat, Doctor. And we have exhibited to the jury People's Exhibit 593, which is a combination of crime scene photos and diagram of 875 South Monday. Also, counsel, I'm going to direct you that during the course of the trial, I don't want anybody in the clerk's well while court's in session. Mr. Goldberg.
Yeah, Your Honor, just as a reminder, this exhibit does have one photograph.
All right.
Okay.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dr. Lee.
Good afternoon.
Now that you've sat down, maybe you can get back up off the witness stand and help us with this exhibit again. Dr. Lee, using the scale that we have down here, can we just get an estimate of the area that contains the various blood stains and blood spatters that we've now diagrammed on this exhibit? And why don't you just watch me do this and see if I'm doing it correctly. Okay, now, I put the ruler up indicating that on this diagram there's about 3.5 inches between the corner of the gate and the approximate area of the last stain.
Yes.
So on our scale, that would be approximately 3 feet 10 inches, something in that neighborhood. A little under 4 feet.
4 feet.
So let's just, to keep it simple, say 4 feet.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to measure the gate that's parallel with Bundy on this diagram. And I'm measuring that to be about 5 1/4 inches.
Correct.
And on our diagram, that's about 5.5 feet.
That's correct.
Is that true? So the area that contains all of the evidence that you've referred to is roughly 4 feet by 5.5 feet.
That's correct.
Okay. And, Your Honor, if the court knows, how long are the panels on the jury box? Are those 3 feet?
I don't know. I believe they are.
Unless, why don't we measure out? Well, we said it was 5.5 feet, Doctor.
Yes.
Okay, so 5.5 feet. Why don't we do it from the end of the jury box? So 5.5 feet is a little bit less than 2 panels here.
Yes.
All right. And we said it was a little under 4 feet, but just to keep it simple, let's say 4. So the square that we've kind of delineated here between the end of the jury box where this tape occurred intersects with the jury box
That's a rectangle.
rectangle,
That's
right? Where I'm holding it and back. This rectangle is about the area where all of the evidence is that we've referred to on this diagram.
Yes, sir.
So you can resume the witness stand. So, Doctor, is it fair to say that all of the evidence that we have in this case of a homicide in terms of the confrontation, the physical confrontation, is in a very, very tiny geographic area?
4 feet by 5.5 feet. The majority evidence in that area, rectangle.
And is all of the evidence consistent with the homicide of Ron Goldman having occurred within that geographic area?
I cannot say anything about walkway because no indication, no information. There are so many footprints, so many bloodstains on the walkway. But the caged area, that area alone is 4 by 5.5 feet, that general measurement.
Is there anything that you found that is inconsistent with the homicide of Ron Goldman having been committed within that 4 by 5.5 approximate foot area?
Whether or not that's the location started, I don't know. But I do know that's a struggle in that area and an end in that area.
And there's no evidence that it occurred in any other area that we are able to find, or that you are able to find based on photographs, is that correct?
Based on photograph, I see quite a few footprints on the walkway, lower walkway, near the entrance.
And many of those were dog prints and the like.
Many are dog print, other appear to be shoe print, however, took in an angle, I cannot tell you exactly what it is.
Were those some of the Bruno Magli shoes
Yes,
that
exactly.
Mr. Bodziak referred to? Just getting back to the issue of reconstruction very briefly, sir, do you agree that in the area of reconstruction that there are many, many limitations on ability of a forensic scientist to be able to tell us precisely what happened based on blood splatter analysis?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that we can never reconstruct with certainty what happened, and that only one person ever really knows in a homicide?
I think more than one person should know. Why one person knows?
The person that was there at the time?
Yeah, any person there should know.
Okay. But other than the person that was there at the time, has it been your stated position on previous occasions that no one will ever be able to reconstruct with precision what happened other than the people that were there?
Depends on if we have cases, I can determine precisely what happened. For example, if I have a camera, videotape running, taping the whole scene during the commission of the crime. Or I have a case, a tape recording kick on. Subsequently, I can hear and look at the pattern, I can reconstruct. So it depends on if no such recording device, the reconstruction only can as good as whatever evidence remains.
All right. But even outside the extraordinary cases where we have a tape recording or a camera, or those cases where there is a witness, a surviving witness, we have to be very careful in terms of how we try to reconstruct.
Yes, sir.
And is it your position, sir, that the correct interpretation of bloodstains depends upon a careful examination and experience in reconstruction, and that overinterpretation of bloodstain patterns could be equally dangerous and misleading as underinterpretation?
Yes, that's correct.
In other words, we don't want to say too much about what happened.
Yes, sir.
Now, Dr. Lee, in this particular case, are you able to say anything about what happened based upon the evidence that you've had? I'm not talking about pathologists, setting that aside. Based upon your evidence, are you able to say anything about the order or sequence of events?
The order and sequence event, to a certain extent, I can say. Precisely, I cannot.
To what extent can you say?
Mr. Goldman have to get to the scene. That's the first order of business.
Well,
Somebody has to be there.
okay, well, other than things that are obvious, I'm talking
Well,
about from
that's not
bloodstain.
obvious. A lot of people, obvious scene, they don't recognize, still not obvious.
Okay, but just based on the blood spatter, for
Right.
example, are you able to tell us how many times Ron Goldman was stabbed based on blood spatter?
I can tell based on when I examine the shirt, tell you. For example, the imprint on the envelope. I can tell you that imprint was deposited first. Subsequently, have some blood stain deposit on top of the imprint. That order I can tell you.
Which imprint, the Bruno Magli or the
No,
the unknown?
The parallel line.
Okay, but in terms of let's assume that there is a struggle or an attack going on. Let's use the word attack. Can you tell us the sequence of the attack? What blow was made, when they were exchanged and the like?
I can tell you certain blood stain, you can see have a contact, smear downwards, floating down. You can tell the sequence event. First have to have a contact before they smear downward. Then have the floating dripping down. You cannot go other way around. So in other words, I can give you certain sequence, not as a matter of fact, the first time I will testify, I cannot give you a complete reconstruction with this case, only give you pieces partial reconstruction.
Okay, well, have you tried to give us the pieces that you're able to give us?
I already give you 2, 3 examples.
No, but I mean, between the direct and cross-examination, have you given us the pieces that
Yes,
you're
sir.
aware of?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, so
Excuse me
just,
a second. Doctor, if you would you allow Mr. Goldberg to finish asking you the question before you start answering? And Mr. Goldberg, let him finish answering before you start asking the next question. Take a breath in between.
Sure.
All right,
okay, just
thank
to make it a bit simpler, maybe I'm getting at it more simply. Can you tell us blow by blow what happened here?
No, I cannot. That's a good question.
All right. Thank you. And, Doctor, would it be fair to say that if we cannot tell blow by blow what happened here, or you cannot tell blow by blow what happened, then it's difficult to give any kind of a scientific estimation of time?
That's correct.
All right. Okay, thank you. I'm finished with this board. Your Honor, is it possible, because I may have been blocking the board at times, that we can show the jurors the board before we put it back up?
I think each one of these items is, anybody need to see it any closer?
Okay, Okay.
All right.
all right, thank you.
Since this is a composite of exhibits that have already been shown to the jury.
Now, sir, I'd like to switch to another issue, and that's the question of Ronald Goldman's shoes or boots.
Yes.
You detected some type of a cut on one of the boots. Is that true?
As a matter of fact, I detect some other damage on the other boots too. However, when I testify, I only show you one boot.
Okay, that's what I was going to get to. Now, sir, if a person is involved in some type of activity while they're wearing shoes, such as sitting at a desk and maybe hooking their feet under part of the desk as they lean back in their chair and kind of using the desk as a fulcrum, you know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
Might you expect to have some type of damage to both shoes from that a forensic scientist could detect?
I did not find any damage on my shoes. Sometimes I do this. Even I sometimes sit on an airplane, I try to stretch the seat in front of me doing that. Not necessarily you're going to have a sharp cut gorge. You may have. I have to look at this person's, all his shoes. If all his shoes, every pair shows identical pattern, then I can reach a reasonable conclusion. Of course, that's more likely he have those kind of damage during the routine work.
Or maybe it would happen in a rubber shoe as opposed to a leather shoe.
Yes.
Or there could be some kind of other activity, such as riding a bike, if you hook your feet in, that might conceivably expose both shoes to the same type of damage. Is that correct?
Calls for speculation.
When I was a kid, I ride a lot of bikes, but my shoes never got any of those patterns.
Well,
But I cannot eliminate, say, somebody else don't get the pattern.
okay. But at any rate, there are a variety of activities that a person could engage in that would cause both of the shoes to get a same type of defect in a corresponding location on each shoe.
That's kind of unlikely, because if you see the shoes, random shoes have multiple damage, that I will think more likely, because every day you ride, you form a gorge. You can't say every day you ride the same contact, same location, same place, day after day. It's kind of make it difficult. I cannot rule out a possibility.
And is there also, have you also become aware of the practice by some people of purchasing goods that have been damaged at a reduced price, at a discount location?
I do that all the time.
Okay. And if we saw a manufacturing defect, we might expect a manufacturing defect on a particular series of items
Sure.
to be in the same place on each item.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to mark as people's next in order a board that shows three photos depicting shoes. It'll be 594, Your Honor.
Yes.
Dr. Lee, I'd like to direct your attention to People's 594 for identification. Does this appear to be pictures of the shoes that were the subject of your examination?
All right, Mr. Goldberg, yeah, from your shadowing juror number 7 there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you point out for us again the cut that was the subject of your testimony on direct examination?
This is the cut corresponding to this one.
He's
All right, juror
indicating-
7, can you see that?
Yeah.
All right, thank
He's
you.
indicating the top left photograph, and there's a cut over what would be the toe next to the big toe. Is that correct, Doctor?
That's correct.
And then he pointed at the photograph below that, pointing to the shoe that appears to have the least blood on it of the two. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you just alluded to some other damage that you saw on the other shoe. Can you point that out for the jurors?
This one, like a straight line, little hook at the end.
And Doctor, does that also appear to be over the proximate area of where the toe next to the big toe would be on the corresponding shoe?
This shoe, I think that's two different locations.
Okay, what is the location of the cut that you just pointed to on the other shoe?
You just counted here, 1, 2, oh, well, you have a ruler now. The ruler cannot be used. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You start 8 and 9. Gauges this area. Here you start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7, 8. Different locations.
So one's 9 and one's 8,
You
approximately.
can start 7 or 8,
Okay, well, approximately.
approximately.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
I'll take that down. Now, on a number of occasions, you've mentioned to the jury that the photographs that you examined were second or third generation photographs. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is the forensic importance of that?
The forensic importance is every time the photograph, you make a generation. Some can be smaller, or portion can be cropped out, the color can be distorted a little bit. So it's important we look at different generations.
Okay, and I think you also used the phrase photo of photo. Would that be a situation where there's a photo on a photo that's maybe lying down, and someone actually takes another photograph of that and then hands that to you?
Yes, sir.
So each time that's done, there may be some detail lost.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the eyeglass envelope, I'd like to show you a photograph that's previously been marked as People's 54B for identification. I'd also like the witness to take a look at the envelope itself, which has been previously marked as People's 32.
All right.
So while we're waiting for that photograph, can I have him unseal the envelope?
Mr. Scheck, do you want to approach and observe this?
Doctor, can you unseal this and describe what you're doing for the record?
This is an envelope with some yellow evidence tape on one end with a marking 7/11/95, some initial. Right now, I'm unseal it. This envelope probably unsealed before I unsealed. I can see this, somebody else unseal it prior to my unseal this. Inside contains another envelope. It appears to be a plastic bag with a multiple color, blue, red, yellow seal on top. Now I'm trying to unseal this one.
All right, hold on just a second. Mr. Goldberg, do you want Dr. Lee to open up the plastic envelope that's
No, I
inside?
don't think we need to do that.
All right.
Well, oh, yes. Can you hold that up for a second so I can see it? No, maybe we can see that. May I approach? Dr. Lee, can you see the stain that was labeled with Greg Matheson's initials on this?
I see three area have three label A, B, and C. M have some initial on it.
Okay, well, there was one of these stains that you didn't see in one of the earliest photographs, is that correct? That typed consistently with being
Right,
Ron Goldman,
right.
unconventional.
Right.
May I put this on the envelope? Okay. Can we just pull out just to get a context of where that is, please? Okay, is that the Greg Matheson stain, well, the stain with Greg Matheson's initials on it that we were referring to?
No, that's not the one.
Okay, which is the one?
The B. You're talking A.
Oh, okay, I see that.
We're talking on the
Okay, let's
lower corner, the B.
Okay, pull out a little bit so we can see where it is. Okay, maybe with the telestrator we can just mark that if possible and then print it out with an arrow. Still. Was that just circled in yellow?
Yes.
Can we print that out?
How do you want to mark the printout?
The printout would be People's 595, Your Honor.
All right, 595.
Doctor, just for orientation purposes, on the lower right-hand corner of what we're pointing out is what appears to be a stain that seems to have what looks like it was once a bubble in it. Do you see what I'm talking about?
A bubble.
Yes. Maybe that's not the correct, that we're
I
zooming in
don't
on.
think any bubble is still on there.
What?
I don't think that a bubble. Give me which one? Here?
Yes.
That probably some trace material I hear on the envelope. And some I have to look at the pattern itself.
Okay, now I'd like to show you, so the Greg Matheson stain, as we're looking at this envelope now, is to the left of that major stain.
Yes, sir.
All right, now let's take a look at the exhibit that's previously been marked as People's 54B for identification.
Your Honor, is it possible that the witness can examine this report and put it up on the
Not necessarily.
While we're waiting for that to be scanned up onto the screen, oh, here it comes. Well, can that be, oh, that can't be reoriented so that we can put it, yeah, let's just do it off the envelope.
Is that laser disc?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Now, looking at the same bubble-like stain, stain that may have had some trace material
Yes,
that
sir.
adhered to it on the right-hand side. If we go left of there,
Yes.
there's a series of, yes. Does it appear that the Greg Matheson stain is one of those three constellation of stains?
Judged by the size, it cannot be. This is a reference stamp, still on the envelope. If you look at the previous one, picture, use as a control, that stamp is much smaller than those stamps.
Okay,
And now this stamp is much bigger than that three stamp.
okay. Now, Doctor, would you agree that that stain is in the same geographic location as the Greg Matheson stain?
Yes, sir.
Can we circle that one with yellow and print it out? While we're doing that, Doctor, is it true that with crime scene photography, sometimes we have artifacts that can appear in the photography that make it look like something is there that wasn't there?
Well, I think that's a crime scene photographer's position job to actually depict the scene, not to say something there, not to be there, or something there, not to be there.
Okay, well, what I'm asking you is this. We've talked about some of the problems with photographs.
Yes.
And there are inherent limitations of photographs. Is that
Right.
true?
That's true.
And some of them have to do with perspective. Is that true?
Right.
And can some of the limitations have to do with glare? Not on
I
this
don't see
photograph,
any.
but just in general.
All right, yes.
right. Now, can those sometimes have a distorting effect in terms of what we're looking at in the photograph?
Sure.
All right. Now, Doctor, I'd like you to take a look at the actual photograph and look at the same stain that we've just referred to.
May I look at the envelope again?
Yes.
Your Honor, should print that.
Yes,
Have you had an opportunity to look at that? Did that particular stain wash out of the photographs that you were given that were copies of maybe second or third generation photos?
I doubt it, because the rest of surrounding stain pretty defined. You can't just selectively say that particular stain washed out. It may happen, but if I wash out, I should see that general area, everything washed out.
Okay, but it is possible that that may have washed out, is that true?
It's possible.
And by the time we got a third generation photograph to you, you might not see it at all. Is that true?
With this particular envelope versus this photograph, my opinion will not change. My opinion will not change. I think that stain wasn't present in, it did not present in that envelope.
All right, thank you. Now, Doctor, just getting back to the socks very briefly, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions that I may have forgotten.
All right,
Yes.
Ms. Woodward, are we done with the eyeglass?
Yes.
All right, why don't we have Dr. Lee repackage that then for the record?
Okay, now I'm putting a plastic envelope back to the manila envelope. Close it and reseal it. Put my initial on it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you. Now, we were talking about how it's not possible to say that the stain 42 stain is necessarily related to the wall 3 stain. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is it possible, Doctor, in your judgment, that in the process of taking off the socks, if one was cut and they deposited some of their blood on the toe of the sock, and they turned the upper part of the sock inside out, that the toe could come into contact with wall 3, which is now inside out?
Any type of transfer has, in this situation, has to be wet, still in liquid stage. Only have a minute transfer. It's not a large amount of a blood drop on it. It's little tiny beads. So I cannot rule out, say, possibilities.
The scenario that I just gave you.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that, as in the case of some of the other photographs, the photographs that you saw of the socks at Rockingham were again second or third generation?
The picture, my testimony is first generation based my own observation, own photograph. The picture provided to me is different picture taken by different peoples.
I'm talking about the Rockingham picture.
Rockingham picture is maybe second, maybe third. I don't know how many generations before it got to my hand.
All right. I'd like to mark as people's next in order. That would be 595, for identification, what would appear to be a board with socks on it. 3 pictures. I think it has. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't going to do this. Just a single photograph of the socks that have been introduced in this case.
Mr. Goldberg.
Now, Doctor, you said that on your photographs, which were either second or third generation, you couldn't see the toes of the socks. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you couldn't tell whether the socks were inside or out.
Correct. I
So-
have a feeling, interpretation, but if I cannot positively see that, I don't want to come here to mislead you.
Okay, and if they were inside out partially, then wall 3 would be exposed to the outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, now I'd like to show you what we've just marked as 596. May I put a 596 on the reverse, Your Honor?
You may.
May I just show this to the witness first before I put it on the
You may.
Elmo? Can you just please look at this, just to take a look at that yourself?
Yes.
All right, on the Elmo.
Yes. Oh, this is not very good.
But I can tell you, you don't have to worry about it.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this while this is up, and then perhaps we can, oh, there, well, it's a little better. Dr. Lee, this is a higher quality photograph than the photograph you were provided, is that
It's
correct?
much better, much better quality. I was not have the privilege to look at this photograph until just a minute.
Okay. And with respect to the toes of the socks, those now can be seen quite clearly, is that correct?
One of the socks, the lower socks is definite, can see that.
And the other one looks like it's pretty clear too, is that
The
correct?
other one looks like a folding in a three-dimension setting.
And is it correct that with respect to both socks are substantially turned inside out?
Yes, sir. Especially the lower one, it's positively inside out. The top one, it's kind of in the borderline, but the bottom one definitely is inside out.
And does it appear that the toe of the top sock is coming into contact with what we've been referring to as wall 3?
Yes, sir. If assume that's inside out.
And it's maybe we can't say this with positively, but does it appear that it's coming into contact with the ankle area of wall 3?
I cannot come here speculate anything. It's in this area.
All right. May I show this to the jurors, Your Honor? Because it is getting a little washed off on the Elmo.
All right. And juror number 1, please. Goldberg, without the reporter while we're waiting. All right, Mr. Goldberg, would you collect that from Deputy Bashmakian, please? All right, let the record reflect that each of the jurors has had the opportunity to carefully review People's 596, the sock photograph.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I'd like to move on to another topic, if we may, and that's to ask you a couple clarifying questions about bindle number 47. Now, it is your opinion that there was a wet transfer in that bindle, is that correct?
Yes, that's no doubt in my mind, it's a wet transfer.
All right. Now, sir, when you were doing your examination in this case, did you find, well, let me withdraw that question, Your Honor. I'd like to mark another exhibit as People's next in order, what appears to be a board of 3 photographs showing bindle number 42 in this case.
All right, that'll be People's 597. $165, can you see that? Yes, sir. All right, 1386.
Sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the item that's been marked as People's 596, excuse me,
97.
597 for identification. Dr. Lee, can you take a look at that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
You may.
Yes.
Is this one of the items that you examined?
Yes, sir.
And did this also contain some wet transfers?
In my notes, I did mention this item have wet transfer.
Okay, and, sir, if the testimony in this case is that the swatches here came from a pool of the victim's blood, Nicole Simpson, would you expect that to play any material role in terms of whether or not we would get a wet transfer?
Yes.
In other words, would her blood be different from someone else's blood?
I don't know. I did not group that. I can't really tell you whose blood. The transfer, you might know, refer a bow tie, like a bow tie transfer. I tried to find a piece in here, have a bow tie. Whether or not I can fit this bow tie, I wasn't too successful.
And that could be something twisted, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? What I'm asking you, I guess my question wasn't very clear, is would we expect that perhaps Orenthal Simpson's blood dries at a faster rate or different rate than Nicole Brown's blood?
Sustained.
What?
Sustained.
Well, would we expect that one person's blood would dry faster or slower than another person's blood?
This mooring indicates there are other factors, amount of sample, the condition of sample, the drying condition. Here, I don't know how many swatches, a whole bundle of it, and only a few small transfer, which indicative there are some wet transfer. That's all I can say.
Okay, well, that's the same as bindle 47?
47 have few more transfers, and 4 transfers.
Okay, so this has a few less transfers, but both
Yes,
of them
sir.
have transfers. Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness very briefly the exhibit that we've marked as the serology results board, People's 202, for identification. It's out in the hall, apparently, if we may get it.
Serology results board?
I have an objection to this. This is outside the scope.
Well, all right, this is People's Exhibit. Proceed. Mr. Goldberg.
Okay, Doctor, I want you to assume that there's already been testimony to this board and the accuracy of the PGM subtypes, and direct your attention to the PGM subtype column. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you item number 42 for identification. It says blood under Nicole Brown, is that correct?
The chart says so.
Yes. And according to the chart, there is an inconclusive result on that PGM
Says
subtype
ink,
and
yes.
EAP.
Right.
All right. Thank you. Now, in terms of Bindle 42, containing blood under Nicole Brown,
Yes, sir.
and Bindle 47, do you believe that the same process was responsible? I mean, are the types of transfer stains we're seeing in both of those consistent?
Okay, first, we don't have 47 on the board.
Yeah, I'm not asking.
Oh,
the
you don't
blood
ask
group,
me
I'm
the
just
board.
transfer
Okay,
stains, yes.
all right, sorry. I thought you were asking me about the board.
But the transfer stains are consistent in both cases, is that correct?
They are wet transfer, that aspect similar.
All
But the
right.
transfer pattern, they're different.
And there were different swatches and different combinations
Yes.
of swatches in them?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now, getting to the shoe prints that we left off with on the Bundy location,
Yes, sir.
on the walkway itself, there was one photograph from June the 13th
Yes.
that you referred to. And was it your conclusion in your testimony that there were some parallel lines that could be seen?
Yes,
in
sir.
that? And was it your conclusion when you testified on Friday that with regard to those parallel lines in that photograph, it could be anything?
Yes, just some parallel line. And I cannot say that's a footprint.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark as people's next in order a photograph that is depicting one of the shoe prints. It's P50.
All right, this will be People's 598. Have you shown that to Mr. Scheck?
Sorry, it's already been marked as People's 45I.
All right. Withdraw 598.
May I just approach the witness very quickly?
You may.
Sir, I'd like to show you quickly what we've already marked in this case as 45I. Does that appear to be a first-generation photograph of the June 13th photograph that appear to have some parallel lines that could be anything?
Yeah, this is a much better photograph than what I obtained.
Okay. And now that you see that photograph, does it appear that the parallel lines are in fact trowel marks or scratches in the surface of the pavement?
Could be,
Does that appear to be the most
Yes.
reasonable explanation?
right.
Okay, so that leaves us with the parallel line imprints that you saw on June the 25th that we need
Yes,
to
sir.
discuss. Now, sir, when you took those photographs of parallel line imprints on the Bundy Walk itself,
Yes, sir.
had you seen those prints on the walk at any time prior to June the 25th?
I wasn't there.
Okay.
I definitely did not see anything like this before.
And did you examine the photographs in this case that were provided to you by Mr. Shapiro to determine whether or not you could see those particular parallel line prints in the photos?
Unfortunately, the area I found really don't have a good photograph. Most of the overall view photo is taken at an angle. It's lost the perceptions. Some did some pretty good photograph. Those are selected, just shows those imprint consistent with Bruno Magna.
All right, let's take a look at the Defense Exhibit 1337, which is the footprint board, if we may.
Yes. Bless you.
Now, with respect to the photograph on this exhibit that is at the bottom in the middle that says walkway June the 25th, 1994 on it,
Yes, sir.
can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury clearly where the parallel line footprint is?
I say imprint evidence. I think I did not say footprint. I don't think I identify this as a footprint. I identify this one as a footprint. I see parallel line imprint here.
Okay, but does this appear to have a round edge that would seem to be consistent with some sort of a manufactured object, like a sole?
Maybe.
And did you say that the characteristics of these two items were the same?
Now, this is a parallel line. Here, like a Bruno Magna. Here, look like a portion on top of each other. You are overlapping now, two patterns. That's why I call it imprint evidence. I did not call footprint. This one is a clear one. You can see from the toe to the heel. That's why I call this one a footprint. It's no doubt in my mind, this made of our shoes.
And was it your view that both of these imprints, parallel line imprints, were in blood from appearances?
This definitely was. And this I tested also consistently.
And, well, I'd make a motion to strike the part about testing it, because I said appearances.
Appearances, that'll be stricken.
And Dr. Lee, was it your opinion that insofar as you can tell the characteristics, these two are consistent?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, can you tell us from your note, now, this parallel imprint, is it fair to say, sort of transects one of the tiles?
It's a mixture of imprints, debris, overlapping, quite a few stuff in there. Quite a few imprint items all together. This one is clear and defined. That's why I call this as an imprint. I don't refer as a footprint.
But this particular imprint seems to go across where the tiles meet at a junction. Is that correct?
Yes, a portion of this appear to be crossed.
All right. And can you just double-check your notes, Doctor, to see whether you accurately stated what tile you believe the cross footprint to be on?
Actually, this one is tile 10. I have no doubt of this. This, I did not bring my note with me. You get the copy. I think it's between tile 5, 6, or 7, 6, something in that neighborhood.
Okay, so when you said this, you're talking about the imprint evidence that's on the bottom in the middle. We don't know what tile it is on for sure.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what tile it was on for sure by looking at your notes?
No.
All right, but the one in the lower of the part of the diagram on the right, you say is on tile number?
10.
Okay.
Yes.
At this time, yeah, well, is it conceivable, I don't want to have the courtroom flooded with boards, but is there a way that we can have 3 boards at one time, or is that just an impossibility? All right, let's take this one down. Your Honor, I'd like to next mark a blank magnetic board as People's 5.
98.
I thought we had a 9. We don't have a 98?
98.
5, 9. Okay. Can we put the easel in the middle, Your Honor? Your Honor, I'd like to mark as People's next in order. It will be, can I mark it as part of this? Well, I'll do it as 599A, B, and C, a series of magnetized photographs of the Bundy Walk. A appears to be the furthest up the walk. B is the middle photograph in terms of where it's positioned on the walk.
All right, do we have any remains on this?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may I see it, Mr. Bancroft?
And C is going to be the furthest east. That would be towards where Nicole's body was.
All right, noted.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can I put A, B, and C tags on that, just so that we can make the testimony a little
Yes,
easier
please.
to follow? Perhaps you could step down for a moment.
And Mr. Goldberg?
Yeah, no, we'll put it where it's not covering any of the tiles, like on the spout.
245. 245.
245? Okay. Your Honor, while Dr. Lee's examining that photograph, I'd like to put photograph 45, People's 45D on the Elmo, which is P46. Or on laser, if we, either way we can do it. We're going to put it on Elmo instead, Your Honor.
All right.
It has to be arranged the other way so that we can see the whole photo. Okay, Dr. Lee, I want you to look carefully at this, and I'll show you the actual photo off the Elmo if you need to see it. But I'd like to direct your attention to what would appear to be a detective's left leg, left foot,
Which
in the
detective?
third tile.
You have two
Black
Two
shoes.
set of shoes.
Black shoes.
black shoes.
Okay, that in the third tile.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, third time.
All right. I'd like you to look carefully at the shoe print that is to the right of the third tile.
To the right. Here, you mean this
Well,
one?
it's, yeah, to the right of the tile in the third row.
Third row. From left or right?
No, third row back towards what would be the alley.
That's 1, that's 2, that's 3,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
So let's-
third
let's-
row. Okay,
All right.
sure.
Now, Dr. Lee, taking a look back at. You want to look at it?
Yes. I can see this one.
Okay, so the one that we're referring to, that we've just been referring to, is the same as on photograph C on our Bundy exhibit, is that correct?
That's correct.
So that would be the third row. Sir, is the arrow in the right place on the telestrator?
You mean the shoe print you want to show me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can we print that and mark that? Okay, Dr. Lee, I'm going to put a little 3 in an area of the tile that appears to contain no shoe print evidence. Is this okay?
Sure.
So that would be the third row. I'm not going to mark all of these because otherwise it will take too long. But if this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I want you to test whether I'm putting number 7 in the right place.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let's use the bigger photo for 10. So this is 7, 8, 9, 10. And the parallel line shoe print is supposed to be where?
Here.
And do you see anything that there's,
I see something on the top.
you see something on that tile?
Yeah.
Where?
Appear to be a pattern on this top.
You're saying you can see a pattern on that tile?
Some kind of pattern. I cannot describe this pattern because this picture taken, again, it's not a one-to-one direct on. The photographer take a picture in my position, so everything lost perspective. You do see something here. Whether or not those are, you can see quite a few stuff here. This is a set of footprint. But here, you can see they are transfer imprints, but I cannot tell you what kind of a pattern.
Can you
All right.
tell?
The record reflect here that Dr. Lee has indicated first reddish, the darker red ones that have previously been referred to as Bruno Magli, and I think it goes from the set of tiles, which are the
Number 7.
well, I think if you start from the
Number 7.
number
Number
7,
seven.
but they go straight back, and then he indicated another set,
Column.
another column of imprints.
Third
and
tile over from the left.
one tile over from the left, and in particular, the discussion started with an examination of where Mr. Goldberg had placed the 10. If we go 3 tiles over to the right, he indicates seeing an imprint there.
So, thank you.
Dr. Lee, you're saying that the imprint is 10 down the tile,
You can
No,
actually
let's not
start
say
from
it's-
here.
but the possible, whatever it is 10 down and 3 over. Is that what
Right,
you're saying?
right. But here, again, 10, 9, 8, 7 and 8, this area something.
Now, in your notes, did you document any imprint
I
that's being
don't-
10 down and 3 over?
I don't have this photograph. That's the first day I see this photograph.
Well, Dr. Lee, with respect to the parallel line imprint, didn't you say it was 10 down and 1 over? Is that correct?
That's still 1 over, from this side 1 over. That's not wrong.
No.
That's the planter.
Well, here, let's compare them. Can you help me with this, Dr.?
All right, I think we should put this up to...
No, you're right. That's the other way around.
Okay, and so according to your notes, the print that we're looking for should be 10 down and 2 over.
No, my notes says 10 tile. I did not make this board.
So you're saying,
Somebody made this board.
so you're saying this board is wrong?
I think if I look at this picture today, this probably 1x in this location. I did not make this board.
We have that reflected on the boards.
Mr. Goldberg?
We put that up so we can make the change.
Well, we'll have to do that on redirect, I suppose.
Do you want to at least, wait. Mr. Goldberg, while you're conducting your examination, would you at least describe for the record what the witness is referring to?
Okay, he was referring to the Bundy imprint board. He's saying, I did not make this board.
Yes.
Which is
You just
defense
took
exhibit what?
I think it's 1337.
All right, thank you.
Sir, did you say that you were not given photos from June the 13th of this walkway?
I don't have a picture as clear as this. I have some picture, barely see. The image is not too good.
All right, counsel, we got a logistical problem here because we've got 4 or 5 jurors who can't see the witness now, so.
Dr. Lee, did you
Hold on,
ask?
I will move.
hold on. All right, we're going to have to move some of these items. Do you need 1337 up at this point?
1337? I don't necessarily need that, as long as he's come down, well, I think he's already testified where that's incorrect, so I don't.
May I request, Your Honor, that marking be made on the board?
No, you can do that on your part of the redirect, counsel.
Doctor, did you ever ask the defense to provide you with higher quality pictures?
I get the information, that's all the picture we get. It's totally out of sequence, mixed up like a deck of cards. I spent a lot of time trying to make some sense out.
Okay, but when you got it from Mr. Shapiro, did he say, please send me some examination quality photos?
I did ask he said that's all he got. He took it back. By the way, I don't have the photograph.
So you don't have them now?
I don't have it now.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to your notes from 625. What does that say in terms of where the 10th tile footprint is?
By the way, that's Dr. Wolf, Barbara Wolf's note. But 10th tile, here, first line, parallel, you see this line? Parallel line footprint.
So it's on 10, but do we know how many over it is from the notes?
Based on her notes, I don't know.
Well, do you have notes that show how far?
I was so busy taking picture, I only have 20 minutes to work. I only can do one thing at a time.
Okay,
I dictate to her, whether or not she put it down, I don't know.
all right, so at this point, we have no record as to where that is.
Judge, by your photograph, I think it's the second row. Front of house, that's the third row. Is front of planter, that's the second row.
You have no independent recollection?
No, no.
And you have no independent recollection of where the other one is that correct?
I only have one shot, very short time. I photographed, documented.
Okay, let's, are we going to take a recess at 2:45, Your Honor? Because I wanted to switch to the other print, and maybe we can take a recess now.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our mid-afternoon 15-minute recess at this point. Remember all my admonitions to you. Dr. Lee, you can step down. We'll be in recess for 15. On the record in the Simpson matter. Let's have it quiet in the courtroom. All right, all parties are again present. Jury is not present. Mr. Goldberg, you got your exhibits all set up? All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Dr. Henry Lee is on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you.
Hold on just a second. Got all our equipment? All right.
Your Honor, for the record, I put the number 10 sticker on the on Exhibit A, 598A, on the 11th tile, and Dr. Lee then said that he had seen something on 11 down, 3 across from left to right. I've moved number 10 in Mr. Scheck's presence now to the 10th tile.
All right, so we're agreed that the marker for the 10th tile is now correctly placed on this exhibit, correct?
Yes. And there was other testimony about other tiles, but
All right, thank you.
Now, Dr. Lee,
The appellate courts will just love this record.
what?
Never mind.
Dr. Lee, directing your attention to photographs 598A, B, and C, do you see some footprints on those photographs that are consistent with what has been identified as the Bruno Magli design?
Yes,
Okay. Do you see any items on there that can be identified as footprints that are inconsistent with the Bruno Magli design?
I see some imprint evidence in different locations. I don't know what type of pattern. It's, if we call this column number 1, column number 2, we can see column number 1 and column number 2, they are vivid pattern. which consistent with Bruno magnet. Of course, those out of focus, I don't know. Column number 3, there are some appear to be imprint evidence, which I don't know what kind of type.
Okay, so the only imprint evidence on any of these photos that we can say is a shoe is consistent with the Bruno Magli design. Is that correct?
These two in focus. This two is in focus, I can tell. The rest of them, I cannot tell.
All right. Now, did you take a look at Bill Bodziak's diagrams and notes with respect to his investigation of shoe print evidence in the Bundy location?
No, this is the first time I see this beautiful chart. And a lot of blue, red, dark blue, all different color, which appears to be indicate some footprint.
No, let's put it on. Can I put that up on another easel, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, and Mr. Fairtlow, which diagram is this?
This is People's Exhibit.
Doctor, while we're waiting,
387B.
for them
Thank
to
you.
put that up, the other items that you said are imprints.
Yes.
That you can see. Are you saying that those are shoe prints, are not shoe prints, or I don't know?
I can tell you that's imprint, but I cannot tell you definitively those are shoes.
Okay. Now, Doctor, were you aware of any testimony by Mr. Bodziak on cross-examination offering a theory that someone perhaps turned around and went back down the walk as well, wearing Bruno Magli shoes?
When I examine some crime scene photo, although it's a second, third generation, I do see couple footprint out of place in different direction. So I concur with his opinion. That's just interpretation.
All right. But that there seem to be fewer prints, perhaps, we'll strike that. Okay. Now, Doctor, excuse me. Your Honor, I'd like to mark as people's next in order, that would be 598, E, and F.
599? I'm sorry, 598, we're still doing the
Yes.
magnetic, all right.
E is what appears to be a,
This would be D.
no, we already had.
A, B, C,
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
D.
I thought we'd already marked a D, sorry. So D is going to be, oh, excuse me, there is a D. Okay, yes, there was a D, Your Honor. Okay, as E, what appears to be a further away view of what appears to be a parallel line imprint that intersects with a tile. And then as F, what appears to be a closer view of the same photograph.
Before it describes what they are, maybe you could show them to the witness and authenticate them in that fashion.
He gets to do it the way he wants to do it, counsel.
No, I'm only talking about the description of what it contains.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm taking C and B down, but I'm going to leave A up. And Doctor, I'm going to put A on its side. And the way that I've arranged this, the dog's bowl is on the left-hand side of the photograph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So looking at it, it's as if we're sort of looking down the walk towards the alley. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now I'd like to show you what has been marked as E, and I'm orienting that so that the tile is parallel with floors that's on the board in this courtroom. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'd like to show you F. And I'm orienting that similarly so that the tile is parallel with this courtroom floor.
Yes, sir.
Now, do these two photographs depict the same scene?
It appears to be depict the same scene, appears to be enhanced photo.
Excuse me?
Enhanced photo.
You mean enhanced, enlarged, or
Enlarged or enhanced because the contrast is much better than before. Them much better than my original.
Looking at this photograph or these two photographs now, does this item that intersects, the imprint that intersects the walkway appear to be more consistent with the shoe print than in the photos that you looked at?
Maybe. I cannot, I still call it imprint. I cannot say that's a footprint.
All right. Now, with respect to this photograph, sir, there appear to be a number of dark spots,
Imprint, yes.
little dark patches.
Yes.
Were there berries on the walk?
Yes, sir. There are berries on the wall.
And did the berries leave numerous berry stains in the area?
I guess if berry, somebody step on the berry, going to leave some berries.
So when we're looking at these little dark splotches on the photograph, those appear to be...
Those are residue of the berry, not the berry stain.
All right. Now, Doctor, I'd like to direct your attention back to Bill Wozniak's diagram.
Yes, sir.
And let's count over to the 10th tile. 1, 2. Okay, so the 10th tile is to the right between J and K and H and I. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So the closest photographs we have to that tile would be photographs depicting H, I, J, and K. Correct?
This is, by the way, not the 10th tile. This E and F, by no means, it's not 10th tile. Also going to be 10th tile, as I just noticed, the chart was upside down. Should be here, right here the second, instead of on this side.
Okay, now by second one, what are you talking about? The other imprint that's
No.
not on.
Not, you did not show that one. That shows a footprint.
Okay, the one that's in a footprint is on what tile?
10th tile, 10, 1, 0.
Okay, 1, 0. So that should be between H, I, J, and K.
It's here. It's not, it's a little off. H, I, and J. Okay.
Okay, but do you have any note? You don't have any notes reflecting where that is?
Only Dr. Barbara Wolf, I dictate to her, she wrote down 10th tile, parallel line, footprint.
And with respect to the one that's intersecting the tile,
Yes.
that's the one where we don't know where it is.
Probably 5 or 7 in that neighborhood, but the notes did not reflect.
So E and F, we don't know.
We don't know.
All right. Now, let's take a look at the, and just so that we're clear, E and F are the photographs that you took on June the 25th.
Now, E, I took some photograph. You use my photograph to enlarge or enhance. Shows additional, as I pointed out, there are numerous imprint evidence on here. This wiggly line, that's another imprint evidence. Here is another parallel line imprint evidence, actually better than my own photograph.
Now, Doctor, would you agree, though, that these photographs are taken on June the 25th, E and F?
My photograph was taken on June 25th. This photograph definitely is not taken on June 25th.
Well, isn't this comes from your photograph, right?
So it's not from you are retaking my photograph. So you did not take on June 25th, 1995.
Okay, well, I don't want to get into semantics.
No, that's not
Yeah.
semantic. That's really important
Okay.
because I took my picture on June 25th, 1994. This picture, somebody took picture of my picture.
You know, at this time, I'd like to mark as People's 598G, a photograph of what appears to be the same as E and F, except that it's not enlarged.
All right.
Doctor, is this your picture?
Yes, sir. This is my picture.
Okay, let's just put that on the almost so we have that. Well, can't we get it better than that? Your Honor, I'd like to mark as People's 598H. Do we have an H sticker? No, unfortunately, I don't have an H sticker, but fortuitously, this happens to be footprint H, and it has an H in it. I'd like to direct your attention, Dr. Lee, to a footprint that is in photograph H.
Yes.
Now, does this appear to be one of the photographs that was taken on the June the 13th?
I trust you.
Okay. And incidentally, when we're taking photographs of shoe prints, is it preferable to have photographs, if possible, in black and white?
Yes.
And then I'd like to mark as People's 594I for identification.
598. 598.
598.
598I. Another imprint. One of these ones. So let's see.
Or you can just move them over.
That's all right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to a photograph that's actually previously been testified into this case, in this case that's labeled H,
Yes.
and that is also depicted on Bill Bodziak's diagram.
387B.
Yeah, this H. Okay. And now I'd like to direct your attention to a photograph that's been marked as I for identification here. Now, I'd like you to compare very carefully E and I for identification.
Yes.
First, I'd like to direct your attention to the heel print of E and I.
Right.
Does it appear that the same portion of the heel print is missing in both of those?
Yes.
And I'd like to direct your attention to what would be the toe area of I.
Right.
Does it appear that with respect to the toe area of I, that portions of the toe area in relationship to the tile, the grouting in the tile, is consistent with its placement on E?
It could be. I cannot see that definitively, but could be there.
But you agree that that appears to be
I don't have
consistent?
the tile here.
All right. Now, doctor, do you also notice what appeared to be in this photograph some possible splatter patterns, maybe from a bird?
It's a bird. If you say that's a bird, that's fine.
Can you take a look at that splatter?
How can I look at spider, tell you that's a bird or a squirrel or?
Oh, okay, well,
I can't tell.
well, whatever it is, there's some sort of a white spatter pattern in there, correct?
Could be anything.
Okay, well, whatever it is, there appears to be some sort of a white mark that appears to be scattered, is that correct? Okay, Okay, now I'd like to direct your attention to H for identification and see whether you can see that same spatter pattern appears in both photographs.
Looks like a similar pattern, but again, I cannot tell you that's a spatter or not spatter. If you just want to ask me, is this the more or less like same location? I will tell you, it looks like a more or less same if you use this landmark. Whether or not on the walkway have other so-called bird or spatter or not, for example, here you have one, it's not showing in the photo. I don't know.
Or this could be a photographic
Then
anomaly,
this
right?
could be a photograph
Except that-
defect. Anything is possible.
Right. These are some of the problems we get into with photographs, right?
Right, because
Okay.
look at here, you have additional stuff. And here I don't see additional stuff.
Now-
It's kind of difficult to just look at the picture. That's the difficulty.
Okay, now, Dr. Lee,
Yes.
if you are photographing footprints on a walkway, you are supposed to use a tripod, is that correct?
That's correct. I'm supposed to. Ordinary, if I do my crime scene, I do. If you ask me, did I take this with a tripod? No, I only have 20 minutes, just enough to get there, take a couple of shots and get out of it.
But if someone does take a picture with a tripod and they're not adjusting, they're trying to keep the tripod at the same height as they go down the walk, photographs should match up much better than one would expect. Is that correct?
In certain aspect, it's correct, but for example, this photograph, it's not correct. The ruler blocked the shoe. And we're supposed to have a T-bar shape. This blocks something, here blocks something. You are not seeing the whole shoe.
Well, Doctor, also you used a metal retractable.
That's all I
tool.
got.
But you're not supposed to use that in super photography, correct?
No, not say no, and you're not supposed to. You only can use whatever you get that moment. If I bring my whole crime scene lab to Bundy that day, of course I can tripod, have a laser light. I'm probably going to use chemical enhancement. I probably can develop minimal. I just look at the
Your Honor,
photo.
actually, there's no question you can make at this point. All right.
The question was regarding the ruler. Proceed.
Okay. Well, Dr. Lee, you didn't use one of the rulers that we've marked in evidence. So
That's
what's
called a
the-
ruler too.
Appears to be a tape measure.
All right, it's a tape measure. All right, at any rate, let's not get off this subject and do it in another area. Do you notice on H there appears to be a little portion of a heel print on
Yes.
H? Right, now let's try to match up what appears to be a possible splatter pattern and the heel print on these two photographs. And now I'm blocking part of your photograph.
Yes.
Does that appear to match up
Yes, sir.
reasonably well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it reasonable to believe that these two photographs are depicting portions of the same tile?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, you,
I'm blocking the jurors again.
no,
I'm
no,
sorry.
it's all right. That's not my concern. I just need, the record needs to reflect that you superimposed H over
Overall.
I. Thank you.
Now let's take a look at, back at A. Let's go on to the ninth tile. We have a little bit of a heel imprint that seems to be consistent with H.
Right.
And we have another larger footprint on the intersecting the 8th and 9th tiles
Right.
that appears to be consistent with I,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, directing your attention back to your photograph, the June the 25th photograph, let's
Yes,
call
sir.
it that. Do you notice what appears to be a similar heel print in the bottom corner of the tile?
Could be.
And does that appear to be consistent with the portion of the heel print in H?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, with respect, now, Doctor, is it reasonable to believe that we have now identified photographs that were taken on the 13th of the same area that was photographed on June the 25th.
Yes,
Now, with respect to the wave-like pattern
yes.
on the June the 25th photograph, is it fair to say that that does not appear in the June 13th photographs?
It's under the ruler, first thing. Second, this problem much lighter compared to this pattern. If it made of blood, this is dark, this is going to be much lighter, which if you have a direct lighting, you probably, just like Mr. Goldberg just say, reflection, bleach out, all kind of possibility, you may don't see it. After time, aging, progression, this thing get darker, darker. That's why the contrast you start can see. Unless you can see it, you can take picture.
Okay, well, Dr. Lee, with respect to the June the 25th photograph
Right.
and the wave-like pattern, this was not one of the items that you identified as being a parallel line?
No.
And this was not something you identified as being consistent with blood, is that correct?
I did not test, I test this area, I test some other area, test couple area, I don't recall exactly spot. So long ago.
So you can't recall.
I can't.
All right. But just so that it's clear, if we look at I and H,
Yes.
and we're looking at the intersection of the tile in the area of the heel print on H,
Right.
does that appear to be the same as the intersection on E that also contains a partial heel print?
Yes.
Now, is there any photographic, would you agree that there is no indication of the parallel line imprint on the June the 13th photographs?
Not what we can see.
Because here we see a fairly dark impression, is that correct? And
That's
distinct
correct.
impression. And when I'm referring to here, I'm talking about the June the 25th
Yes, sir.
photograph. But we do not see that on the June the 13th photograph, is that correct?
With this particular photo.
Ron, the record should reflect Mr. Goldberg was pointing towards, I think it's 598H at that moment, the black and white.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move on to a different but related area. But before I do that, would it be possible for the jurors to get a close-up view of the photographs that are now on the board?
All right. Let's start with juror number 1. Mr. Goldberg,
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
proceed.
Your Honor, I wanted to show one of the videos that was previously marked as 101, but Mr. Scheck now wants to approach.
All right, with the court board, please.
Your Honor, while we're doing that, is it okay if we take these boards down?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, I'm sorry, Madam Reporter. All right, Mr. Goldberg, you want to show to the jury and to the witness a videotape that has previously been shown?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what exhibit is this?
I'm sorry. It's 101.
All right, I'm going to ask that we preview the matter first so the court and counsel can see it only.
And I had a couple questions of Dr. Lee prior to that, if I
All right,
might.
but just so our technical staff can set that up first.
Thank you. Dr. Lee, would you agree that if footprints were deposited on the Bundy Walk after the crime scene photography was done and after the crime scene was shut down, that those footprints would not be of forensic relevance?
I can't say that totally. Depends what kind of context you put in. Sometimes the criminal go back to the scene, and we do take considerations.
Okay, well, other than something that's just completely speculative, would you say that generally if a police officer or a citizen, whoever it was, deposited the shoe prints after the photographs and after the crime scene was shut down, that that's not something of forensic relevance?
If in blood, that's still significant.
If they traipsed through blood and then deposited shoe prints, you
Yes.
think that that's significant?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. If a police officer or a citizen or a photographer traipses through blood after the crime scene shut down and deposits shoe prints, is that going to help you identify the suspect?
If all the evidence already collected, they abandon the scene, that means no significance.
Okay. Can we now preview the tape on the council table monitors?
All right, Matt, can we just on council table, please? All right. All right, Mr. Scheck, do you recollect the videotape? All right, do you recollect the videotape, Mr. Scheck? All right, Mr. Goldberg, do you wish to play this for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Farrell, would you rewind and play, please? Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you. Sir, did you just view the videotape that we showed to the jurors?
That's the first time I see this videotape.
Okay. Now, if one of these officers that are depicted in the videotape deposited shoe prints after the crime scene was shut down, would that help us determine who committed the murders?
I don't think these two officers deposited those shoe prints.
Well, what I'm asking you is, if these officers deposited shoe prints, would it help us determine who committed the murders?
If it belongs to them, no.
And if these officers or some other member of the public or someone else that came in later deposited the shoe prints that were seen on your photographs taken on June the 25th,
Yes.
would
Sustained.
the two photographs on the walkway, would that help us determine who the killer was?
Again, what the photograph I took in June 25th, it's parallel line design. These two officers, I don't think their shoe sole pattern is similar to the parallel design. It's on the second platform. This footprint has to lot in blood, not great amount of blood. If a great amount of blood, we should see much darker color. What I see is grayish color. Need a lot of experience to recognize that. If those footprints, say, in fact, left by these two officers, have no significance.
Now, sir, did you examine the shoes of any of the officers depicted in the photo?
These two officers, if a standard police department issue, maybe I don't think they are parallel design.
Okay, and that was the basis of your view, is that okay?
Right.
Okay, now, if this jury has already heard and seen evidence that Los Angeles police officers wear shoes with a very wide assortment and array of sole designs, would that change your view?
If you can give me those shoes, I can tell you right away what type of shoes.
That's not quite what I asked. If Mr. Bodziak, in his testimony, introduced and talked about numerous pictures of police officers' shoe prints showing a variety of different patterns.
Well, then you should ask Mr. Bodziak.
Okay, all right. May I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Sir, hypothetically, if these police officers that we saw in the video walked through the area after the crime scene was broken down, if Nicole Brown's family walked through the crime scene after it was broken down on June the 13th, if an individual by the name of Ron Hardy walked through and hosed portions of the crime scene on June the 14th, and a number of other people walked down the walkway prior to the time that you got there,
Yes, sir.
Proper foundation.
can you eliminate the possibility that those people deposited prints at the scene?
I cannot eliminate.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Mr. Schecht, you need a brief break to
A
reorganize?
few minutes just to
All right.
reorganize.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, there are a lot of exhibits, and we're going to shift now to the redirect examination. I'm going to give counsel a couple of minutes just to organize the exhibits, so let me just ask you to step back in the jury room for a quick comfort break, and we'll call you out in about 10 minutes. All right, let's take 10. All right, Doc. Well organized? All right, back on the record. All parties are again present. Jury is not present. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. And we'll break at 5. Ms. Clark, Mr. Cochran. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel, that Dr. Henry Lee is again on the witness stand, that the prosecution has completed their cross-examination, and Mr. Scheck, you may redirect.
Before Mr. Scheck starts, I wanted to mark two printouts, a printout of 598C. I guess this is going to be 598C1. And it's a printout of what appear to be the prints that were on the second and third lines, tiles rather. And I'd like to mark as 595A what appears to be the printout of the evidence envelope with the yellow circle around the dot.
All right, thank you, so marked. Mr. Scheck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Lee, Mr. Goldberg asked you a number of questions today about imprint evidence.
Yes, sir.
Now, first, let's talk about imprint evidence on the envelope, the piece of paper, and Mr. Goldman's jeans. Dr. Lee, is it your understanding that each of those items was recovered on June 13th?
Yes, sir.
This is 1339, Your Honor, the board entitled Imprint Evidence Bundy, Imprint Evidence on Mr. Goldman's blue jeans.
All right.
Dr. Lee, in the sections marked Imprint 1, Imprint 2, Imprint 3, are these imprints?
Yes, sir. It's consistent with imprint.
You have made a distinction here between scientific fact and interpretation.
Yes, sir.
As far as you're concerned, are these imprints scientific fact?
Yes.
Dr. Lee, you were shown some videotapes of police officers walking out of the crime scene after it was broken down.
Yes.
For their shoes to have left imprints on Mr. Goldman's jeans, they'd have to step on them, right?
Overruled.
In theory, yes.
Dr. Lee, for a detective or a photographer visiting the crime scene on June 13th to make imprints on Mr. Goldman's jeans, they'd have to step on them.
In theory, yes.
Your Honor, it's argumentative because he didn't say they were shoe prints.
Overruled.
Your Honor, this is entitled Imprint Evidence at Bundy, 1338. Consists of 4 photographs, imprint on paper, close-up of imprint, imprint on envelope, close-up of imprint. I also have
1338A, which is a photograph of the piece of paper that has blue markings on it entitled PLP, and 1338B, which is the envelope that also has blue markings on it entitled PLP.
All right.
Dr. Lee, are these parallel lines imprints on the piece of paper and the envelope? First of all, are they imprints?
It's consistent with imprint.
Is that a scientific fact, sir?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Lee, could the police officers that were just shown in the videotape by Mr. Goldberg have made the parallel line imprints on the piece of paper on the envelope?
No.
Speculation, Your Honor, motion to strike.
Overruled.
Dr. Lee, if a photographer or detective that came to the scene were to have made these parallel line imprints on the piece of paper in the envelope, they would have had to come over and step on them.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Lee, show you what is, I guess, People's 598A, Your Honor, and this is one of those photographs that have been blown up and magnetized.
Yes.
And this is the one that's entitled A and has now the number 10 on a tile.
Yes.
Step down.
Dr. Lee, you may step down.
And Your Honor, do you have a removable stick and arrow so that I can put a mark on it and then remove it? Dr. Lee, you indicated on cross-examination that you had never seen a photograph of this scene of this quality before.
That's correct.
And when Mr. Goldberg was asking you questions about imprint impressions, you said that you had observed something on this photograph.
Yes, sir.
And that was on, counting, I guess, using the tiles where the number 10 is, it would be the 1, 2, third one over.
Yes.
Or,
Leading.
Sustain.
all right. Please show the jury by putting the yellow stickum.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that nothing be put on it that's going to obliterate part of the exhibit.
All
So
right,
this
this is a removable
Oh, this is removable? Okay.
post-it type
All right, I had no.
pointer.
Yes, Dr. Lee, could you please indicate what imprint impressions you saw in the area of, withdrawn. Misuse of word. All right. In terms of imprints, column number 1.
Number 1. 2, 3, the third column. On the third column, I can see imprint evidence. Column number 3. 1, 2, 3. I can see imprint evidence. Column number 1, number 2, number 3. I can see imprint evidence along this column.
Now, Dr. Lee, in terms of the imprints that you described for us before on the envelope, the piece of paper, on the jeans, are those consistent with having been made in blood?
Leading.
Sustain.
With respect to blood, right, are the imprints consistent with having been made in blood?
Yes.
Now, are there methods that are available to a forensic scientist when examining imprint evidence at a crime scene that have been made in blood to visualize them?
Yes, so-called enhancement technique.
Now, calling your attention again to 583A, and the scene is depicted here. What techniques could have been used on June 13th with respect to enhancing imprint evidence here?
Beyond the scope, irrelevant.
Sustain.
All right, what techniques are you talking about for enhancing imprint evidence made in blood at a crime scene?
Beyond the scope and irrelevant.
Sustain. Was not in response to a question, that statement. There's also a line, we discussed this before, Counsel.
Mr. Goldberg asked you about techniques that can be used in terms of photography for visualizing imprint evidence or potential footprint evidence at the crime scene. You recall
This
those?
takes the testimony.
Oral.
Yes, I recall
right.
this.
In your opinion, and you were asked questions about what you did on June 25th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Vague, overbroad leading, motion to strike.
In terms of what rulers you were able to lay out? Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And what were the proper techniques for photographing and visualizing imprints? Remember those questions?
This takes the testimony.
All right. Now, Dr. Lee, in your opinion, with adequate time, what techniques can be used to enhance and visualize and photograph imprint evidence?
Same objections beyond the
Sustained.
scope.
Sustain. You can go into the photographic aspects of it.
Well, if you mentioned something called otolidine,
Yes.
is that an enhancement
Beyond the
technique?
scope.
Sustain.
All right. If an enhancement method such as otolidine is
No,
used,
Sustain. No. Sustain.
are there techniques that can be used so that when photographing imprint evidence, there can be better visualization?
Sustain.
May we approach, Your Honor?
No. We're not going into other techniques.
It's not a question of other techniques, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Dr. Lee, you indicated that you were asked questions about the color of imprint evidence you saw on the walkway on pictures you took on June 25th compared to photographs that you saw on June 13th. Do you recall those?
This takes the testimony.
Oral.
Yes, I
Right.
do recall.
Now, assume that imprints have been made in blood. What effect does the passage of time have on the color of imprints?
When start aged, it become grayish and bluish, darker color.
And would an imprint that was made lightly in blood on one day, when examined 14 days later, appear darker than it did when first left?
Speculation.
Foundation.
When you say that imprint evidence in blood gets darker over time, what is the basis of that opinion?
Basically, the protein and heme of the hemoglobin start react. Oxidation process, it become more visible. Initial deposit is less contrast, less visible, unless you enhance it. If aging, this aging processing will make it more visible.
So, in other words, over time, as the proteins degrade, the imprint becomes darker and more visible?
Leading.
Sustain.
If I understand your testimony correctly, I can't do that? I'm not that?
You understand it. Ask a question.
All right. So, what is the relationship between the breakdown in protein and the color of imprints made in blood over time?
In order to see it, to recognize it, you have to distinguish from the background color. versus the imprint pattern color. If two colors very close, sometimes human eyes cannot resolve it. You can't see it. You photograph, you cannot take the image. However, when the time goes by, the denaturation of protein and the blood breakdown, also the bacterial reaction, everything. Now, this area, imprint area, if made in blood, start have a contrast with the background. Because background, if no protein, no blood, don't form a breakdown, stay in the same color. Meanwhile, the decomposition of the blood, everything, become darker, so now you can see it.
Now, you were asked questions about how you took photographs and visualized imprint evidence on June 25th. You recall those?
Yes,
Overbroad.
Now, if you had more time, what techniques could you have used to, with respect to photographing imprint evidence?
Same objections.
Sustained.
Were you limited in any way in what you could have done on June 25th in terms of visualizing and photographing imprint evidence?
Yes.
In what way?
Your Honor, same objections.
There are three limiting factors. The first is the amount of time available to me. Second is the restriction. I wasn't allowed to edit something, remove something, or cut something. The third, of course, I don't travel with my crime scene van with me. So with that limited factor, I only can use a measuring tape and camera, catch the image, whatever available.
In terms of, you were asked, now 1337A is a photograph of a shoe print, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any doubt in your mind that that is a shoe print of a parallel line pattern?
No.
Is that a scientific fact?
Yes.
Now, other imprints that you saw on the walkway were not in the complete pattern of a shoe print.
I cannot come here to tell you those are definite shoe prints.
Now, enhancement techniques, can they reveal more than just what one sees with the naked eye in terms of imprints made in blood?
Same objections, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Now, Dr. Lee, you were asked on cross-examination questions about, withdrawn. And finally, on 598A, where you've put the yellow marker, you've indicated that what you see as imprint evidence is something in this row of tiles that is leading in a trail back to the rear of the Bundy location.
Leading in the state's testimony.
Sustained.
In which direction, just visualizing in this photograph, looking from the yellow arrow towards the step area. Between those two markings, the yellow arrow and the step area, do you see a series of images that could be imprint evidence?
Yes.
Could that be consistent with a trail of imprints heading out the back of the Bundy location?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
It could be consistent. I cannot tell you exactly what pattern, what type of implant.
Dr. Lee, you were asked a series of questions about the absence of evidence in crime scene techniques. You recall that?
Yes.
And
He states the testimony motion to strike.
Overruled.
you mentioned in your chart before something known as recognition.
If counsel is not going to ask questions, ask him about the chart, he should be allowed to take a look at that.
Overruled.
You recall your discussion before on cross-examination about recognition
Yes,
and collection, preservation, and documentation.
that's correct.
All right? Now, in terms of the absence of evidence, if imprints are not recognized, documented, preserved, and collected by criminalists, does that mean they are not there?
Beyond the scope argument.
Overruled.
No, they're not. Definitely not means not there. May be presence. However, lack of a documentation, enhancement, or collection, nothing I can do about it.
Motion to strike the last part of his answer.
Overruled.
Now, with respect to the imprints on the envelope and the piece of paper, you were asked some questions in cross-examination about cuffs and fabric. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Now, you examined Mr. Goldman's boot.
Yes.
Could Mr. Goldman's boot be the source of the parallel line imprints?
Asked and answered beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Mr. Goldman's shirt, could that be the source of the parallel line imprints?
Asked and answered beyond the scope.
Was asked and answered once before, counsel.
I'm sorry?
We have that question and answer in the record
I
already.
understand that, but this is
right,
redirect
if you
examination based on fabrics.
It's already there. It's redundant.
Well, we could say that about, this is,
Proceed.
say that about everything.
Proceed.
All right. You were asked about fabrics making imprints. You recall that on cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Is there any fabric that you found at the crime scene that could have made the imprints on the envelope and the piece of paper?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
No, I did not observe any similar pattern.
And in cross-examination, you were asked about fabrics making such an imprint, and you said something about the necessity in these imprints on the envelope and the piece of paper for direct contact and a certain amount of force and no movement. You recall that?
Overruled.
Yes, I do recall.
Could you please explain that answer to the jury?
In order to get this transfer, first thing on the surface have to have liquid blood, a pattern. And the amount has to be just right. Something has to have similar pattern, which have to apply to the surface with certain pressure. I did not see any movement. In other words, it's not a smear. It has to be direct application with certain pressure, just like when you stamp something.
I think we're finished with this. Dr. Lee, you were asked certain questions on cross-examination about DNA testing. You recall those?
DNA?
DNA.
Yes.
Dr. Lee, are there correct ways to do DNA testing and incorrect ways to do DNA testing?
Yes.
All right? And if DNA testing is done properly, in your opinion, with RFLP and PCR, can it be reliable evidence?
That's my position all the time. DNA, if done properly, correctly, should be used as evidence.
All right? If done improperly, can it be unreliable?
If done,
Beyond the scope.
Oral.
if done improperly, them should not be used.
You were asked questions about forensic scientists, molecular biologists, and having a say as to proper DNA methods. You recall those questions?
Yes,
And you said that forensic scientists should have a say on the methods that are used for the forensic application of DNA testing.
Oral.
as a forensic scientist, definitely any.
Hold on. Dr. Lee, the question was, do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Next question.
And you were asked about, well, let me ask you, in terms of, you said, and is it your opinion, what is your opinion about about forensic scientists and whether they should have a say in terms of what are the proper methods for doing forensic DNA testing?
What I'm saying, as a forensic scientist, we're the one conduct the testing, we're the one look at the sample, we're the one evaluate the sample. So therefore, as a forensic scientist, we should have some saying in a committee, in a national meeting, international meeting, determine the procedure, the method, and the type of analysis we perform. As a forensic scientist, we should have some saying. And that shouldn't be just by other field of expert to dictate what we have to do.
And in terms of the role of molecular geneticists and population geneticists who are from clinical testing and academia, do they have a role as well?
They all have certain role, even attorneys also have the certain roles in the DNA applications.
And the NRC panel in which you served had representatives from all these groups.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were shown a picture that's 596 on cross-examination of the socks in Mr. Simpson's bedroom. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that that was the best quality photograph you'd been able to see prior to this occasion.
Yes. That's an excellent photo.
See any blood on those socks, Dr. Lee?
Objection.
Oral.
Calls for speculation.
Oral.
I cannot determine any blood stain on there or not.
I didn't hear the last part of the answer.
So you cannot determine
Determine.
any blood stain on there or not.
Dr. Lee, you know Professor Herbert McDonald.
Yes.
And what is your opinion of his expertise?
Beyond the scope.
Sustain.
Well, you were asked questions on cross-examination about Professor McDonald and interpretations of the stains found on the sock.
Yes.
And what is your opinion of Professor McDonald and his expertise in the area of bloodstain interpretation?
Beyond the scope.
Oral.
He have a great amount of experience and did a lot of experiment in the past, published a book involving interpretation of the blood stain analysis.
And did you examine the socks with Professor McDonald?
Yes, we did.
All right. Did you see the red balls depicted in photomicrographs that he testified about?
Yes,
You take those pictures?
I took those pictures.
Do you agree with the testimony of Professor McDonald that in terms of the mode of transfer, which I believe was the form of the question on cross-examination, that the mode of transfer here with respect to the ankle stain on the sock was side 2 having come into contact with side 3?
Misstates the evidence. Also calls for speculation. No foundation.
Oral.
Yes,
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about hair and trace evidence in the soil exemplar and other samples. You recall those?
That's correct.
And you recall some testimony, some questions on cross-examination about hair and trace evidence in the jury box.
Yes.
Now, Dr. Lee, if one were to drop a garment of some sort into the jury box area, would it be likely that hair and trace from some members of the jury panel might adhere to that garment if collected later?
Calls for speculation beyond the scope.
Or
In theory, if I have a transfer, have a contact, if the receiving surface and deposit surface both have hair or fiber, now you have a cross transfer.
Now, you were asked some questions with respect to linkage. You recall those, four-way linkage?
Yes, sir.
Now, in terms of trace evidence and linkage, does the integrity of the evidence collection have some importance in terms of forming links in that four-way linkage diagram?
Vague as to integrity of evidence.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
If those trace evidence was not preserved properly, collect properly, things can missing, things can get cross-contaminated, a false linkage may be resolved.
And in terms of problems in recognition, preservation, collection, and documentation, if there is contamination of evidence or failure to recognize evidence, can that affect that four-way linkage?
Vague, Your Honor.
Yes.
And if some links in that four-way linkage, if withdrawn, if some evidence is not even genuine, can that affect the four-way linkage?
Your Honor, I object. That's argument.
sustain.
We have the boot.
All right, Mr. Harris, which exhibit is this?
I think this was a People's exhibit. I don't, maybe up on the top right hand. Did you use this picture, Hank, or did you just? Your Honor, this is a series of 3 photographs that I know was shown to the witness on cross-examination, but
Yes, it
apparently.
was.
Step down.
Mrs. Robertson, I'm sorry.
We have that as 594.
All right, 594. Dr. Lee.
Dr. Lee, you were asked some questions with respect to these cuts on the boot. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And you were given some hypothetical about riding bicycles or reclining in chairs, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Well, first, let me ask you, pointing to the photograph on the upper left-hand side of that cut, was that made with a sharp instrument?
Yes.
Calls for speculation. Also asked an answer.
Is that, in your opinion, a fresh cut?
Yes.
Asked an answer beyond the scope.
We have gone through this part.
What is the relationship between, if any, that you can see, between the damage caused by the one that we'll call the left-hand photograph, the penetrating cut, and the damage on the other boot?
Speculation, no foundation.
These two damage are different. This one and this one are different type of damage.
What are the differences?
This is a definitive and sharp. A piece of a rubber-like material separate, disappear from the surface. This one is much superficial in a slightly wavy pattern. Debris appears to form into this wavy pattern. Here, no debris can be observed. So the force-wise, this much greater force, sharper instrument.
And is there any question you were asked on cross-examination that changes your opinion that this is a fresh cut with a sharp instrument?
No, will not change my observation.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris?
Now, you were asked some questions about the Bruno Magli, what has been identified as the Bruno Magli shoe print, correct?
Well, actually, it was a mistake of testimony.
Oh,
Now, and in the course of your answers, you were discussing the need for side-by-side comparisons. You remember those answers in cross-examination?
Yes.
Could you please explain that?
If we see an imprint at the scene, if we see that imprint, if we document that, now we have an imprint evidence. That's called a question evidence. We don't know where they come from. We can identify, say this is a Bruno Magna or Reebok or Converse, that's called identification. Or after our shoes, that's called identification. Now you need a known shoes to compare side by side. That's called comparison. When we compare side by side, not only look at the size, dimension, pattern, those called general characteristics. Just give you a general thing. Just like you at the scene, you see a fingerprint, that's a general characteristic, a fingerprint. To establish individualization, you need a known fingerprint from somebody to make a comparison, either the same or they're different. So for a imprint evidence or made of a shoe, we need a shoe to compare side by side. If we can link that shoe to that imprint, then that's called achieve individualization.
Now, Dr. Lee, you were asked some questions on cross-examination with respect to the transfer stains on the bindle from item 47. You recall those?
Yes.
And you were also asked some questions about some charts that appear in a publication entitled Experiments in Practical Exercise and Bloodstain Pattern Analysis by Labor and Epstein. You recall that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't know if Mr. Goldberg marked these. I know he showed them to the witness. If not, I'll mark them. I don't know what.
I don't
we have a
recollect
number
they were
on.
marked.
592? Wasn't one.
Was not marked? All right, then I'd like to mark this as defendant's next in order.
1363.
1363?
1363.
1363.
Thank you, I thought he said. It's the hearing that goes first, is that? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Dr. Lee, are you familiar with this study of drying times?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Goldberg asked you about drying times with different kinds of materials under different conditions. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Now, on this study are a series of experiments performed for different amounts of blood.
Yes.
One being a single drop, one being 1 milliliter of blood, one being 5 milliliters of blood, one being 100 milliliters of blood.
Yes, sir.
And then there are a series of materials listed on the chart. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And out of the materials listed, which one would be the most comparable to the swatches at issue in this case?
Objection calls for speculation.
Cotton cloth.
Now, what are the drying times for a single drop of blood under the 3 different conditions for cotton cloth?
It says condition 1, 55 minutes, condition 2, 50 minutes, condition 3, 350 minutes.
All right? And 350 minutes would be,
Approximately 6 some hours.
and,
Little under 6 hours.
okay. Now, in terms of this experiment, what is condition 3? What in terms of temperature, humidity, what is condition 3?
Condition 3 appear in this handout. Laboratory cold room with good air movement, temperature 38 degree Fahrenheit, plus minus 0.1 degree, relative humidity 80% plus minus 6%.
Well, in plain English, is that a cold, damp room?
Yes, sir.
Is that something close to precipitation?
Yes, sir.
Now, what about condition 1 and condition 2?
Condition 1 says laboratory work table with no normal room, air circulation, temperature 75 degree Fahrenheit plus minus 2 degree. Relative humidity 44% plus minus 2%.
Would that be what would be ordinarily referred to as room temperature in a laboratory?
Yes, sir.
And what is condition 2?
Condition 2, it says drying hood with good air movement, temperature 76 degree Fahrenheit plus minus 2 degree, relative humidity 44% plus minus 2%.
So, for a single drop of blood then, under condition 1, which described as Roman room temperature, the findings of Labar and Epstein is the drying time is 55 minutes?
Yeah, under 1 hour.
And under condition 2, it's 50 minutes?
Yeah, only 50 minutes. 50, not 15. 50. 50.
50. And is your understanding that each of the Bundy blood drops is a single drop
No foundation.
Sustained.
based on photographs that you've seen? The so-called items 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, based on the photographs, what do they appear to be?
No foundation. Cause for
Sustained.
speculation.
Sustained.
How many drops are there in a milliliter?
Irrelevant.
Oh, well,
Can be a lot of drops. And let's say we use a 0.005 as a norm. Of course, it's variable. It's a wide range, have little drop, big drop, as I demonstrated to you before. Let's say we assume a norm 0.05 cc, that's almost 20 drops.
Dr. Lee, finally, you were asked some questions about the closed-in area of the Bundy crime scene, the absence of evidence and bloodstain patterns on cross-examination. You recall those?
Yes,
You recall that chart with the red tape you were asked to connect lines to?
yes, sir.
And you recall the 4.5 foot by 5 foot
Rectangle.
partial rectangle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, first of all, that description is sort of like part of a baseball diamond, insofar it's just 2 parts of the rectangle, correct?
I don't play that much baseball. I
Okay.
don't know a baseball
Try.
diamond.
Well, let me ask you this, Dr. Lee. In a closed-in environment, with hand-to-hand combat, with multiple stab wounds, with blood stains in different places indicating multiple contact smears with vertical droplets in the areas of the different multiple contact smears, with other blood spatter cast off in different directions, with the key in one area, beeper in another area. In that kind of struggle, do you have an opinion as to whether or not an assailant or assailants would be covered with blood from the struggle?
Misstates the testimony and calls for speculation.
Over.
Incomplete hypothetical.
Over.
Yes,
What is that opinion?
in theory, should have some blood.
Finally, Dr. Lee, in terms of the fact that you found imprint evidence on the envelope, the piece of paper, Mr. Goldman's jeans, places on the Bundy walkway. The fact that you found it, does that mean it wasn't there on June 13th?
Argumentative.
It's compound.
Compound?
It's compound.
Well, let's talk about the wet transfer stains on Bindle 47. Did you see anything in LAPD records indicating that there was a wet transfer on the item 47 Bindle?
No,
Does the fact that it was not recorded on the LAPD notations mean that it wasn't there?
Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Sustain.
Dr. Lee, you made the distinction between scientific fact and interpretation.
yes, sir.
Any question in your mind that the existence of that wet transfer is a scientific fact?
That's correct. It's definitive, that's scientific fact.
Is there any question in your mind that the blood swatches, such as we have in this case, after 3 hours, should be dry?
Calls for speculation, conjecture, no foundation.
Under normal condition, should dry.
If swatches were placed into a bindle, something less than 3 hours, maybe between an hour to 3 hours, might they leave damp, wet transfer stains?
It could have been.
Are you familiar with the testimony of Ms. Mazzola and Mr. Fung that the swatches that they took out of test tubes were dry?
Asked and answered, argumentative, misstates the testimony, no foundation.
Over.
Yes,
Now, Dr. Lee, you said at the end of your direct examination that as far as you were concerned, the existence of those wet transfers meant that something was wrong.
I recall last week I did say that.
All right. Anything that has been asked of you in cross-examinations change your opinion about that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, because that's not a forensic opinion. Motion to strike.
My opinion still remains the same.
Thank you.
Goldberg.
Dr. Lee, you said that your own experience, personal experience with wet swatches in casework was letting them dry overnight. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then after approximately 12 hours, coming back to the laboratory and seeing that they were dry.
Yes, sir.
And when was it that these personal experiences stopped?
Personal experience stop? No,
With-
I
with the-
continue gather personal experience. Even today, here, that's another personal experience.
With wet swatches in test tubes. The personal experiences in casework with wet swatches in test tubes that you referred to on direct.
The last experiment I conduct,
No, I'm not asking you about that. I'm saying casework experience.
Your Honor, I think witness should be allowed to answer.
No, he's talking, it's clearly casework experience, that was the question.
Personal experience, Your Honor.
Casework experience.
Okay, Doctor,
casework experience every day are, although I don't transfer blood stain every day, but my serologist, my DNA scientist, they all does that every day.
non-responsive. Okay, motion to strike, Your Honor. Dr. Lee, let me ask it this way. You said that at some point you have switched from swatches to threads. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I say if at the scene have a blood stain, we're going to, if something can move, I usually advise take the whole thing back to the laboratory. Move that. For example, this box have some blood drops. Just collect this box. If something cannot move, for example, deposit in this bench, then we scrape the blood stain. If cannot scrape, we use tape lifting.
Your Honor, this is all non-responsive. Motion to strike.
Overruled. Ask your next question.
Okay, Doctor, let's just make it very simple. When stains are removed from a crime scene
Yes,
by eluding them onto some cotton object,
yes,
is it true that you are now using threads as opposed to swatches?
yes.
Okay, now when did that change take place?
I forgot. I don't know exactly day and time, probably a couple of years now.
Well, didn't you write in some of your 1986 work for the protocol for Connecticut State Police to use threads instead of swatches?
Yes,
Okay, so is it correct to say that since 1986, you do not have any personal experience in casework with swatches at crime scenes?
no, that's not true. Every day we still, if the known sample submit to the laboratory, we transfer to a swatch. Still use swatch in the laboratory.
All right, but your personal experience in casework is checking the swatches 12 hours after they were set out to dry, is that correct?
Usually we dry overnight.
All right. And the purpose of the Labor and Epstein materials is basically a cautionary statement, as you said, to forensic scientists, be careful, drying times are hard to predict, a lot of variables go into it, right?
Yes,
All right. And you agree with that personally, don't you?
I agree with that. If a range, have a time of the range.
But you agree that there are many, many variables and it's hard to predict, as stated in Labor and Epstein, is that correct?
There are some more variable at the crime scene than more variable in the laboratory.
All right.
Laboratory should be a control situation.
All right. And do you have personal knowledge as to how cold, what the temperatures were at LAPD
No,
drying facility overnight?
no.
All right. Now, let's get to one of your comments about, in theory, there should be some blood in response to Mr. Scheck's line of questioning.
Yes,
Remember that?
yes.
Okay. Would that also depend upon where the suspect was standing?
Depends on whether or not a combat situation, hand-to-hand combat situation. If at distance, of course, the chances for getting blood on unless some arterial spur or certain force, internal force or external force, if an injury on the hand, have a cast off or have other motion, not going to cast to a greater distance. If in a close contact, if large amount of blood come out, you're going to have more blood.
Okay. What I'm asking you is, in this particular case, based upon what you know, from your own viewing of the evidence, not from the pathologist, what does some blood mean? Is there any way of
Yes,
quantifying that
well, it's,
forensically?
if I look at Mr. Goldman's blue jean and his shirt, one side of his blue jean have a large amount of blood covers. If a person in a close combat situation, that should cover with blood. If did not have a close combat situation in a distance, then you have less blood.
If someone is standing behind the victim in this case when his throat is cut, would that influence how much blood he had on him, the assailant?
Yes, that's going to be a factor. And again, Ron Goldman's blue jean in the back covered with blood, which if assume those blood from original scene, a person have a direct contact trying to hold him, then you're going to have a transfer.
And you can't make that assumption, can you?
No, I wasn't at the scene, I don't know.
I mean, you can't make the assumption regarding the blood pattern on Ron Goldman's jeans, is that correct?
Only can see on the blue jean there are patterns, but I know the mechanism, but I really don't know what the mean of mode transfer.
Let me ask you this, Doctor. Do you recall one of your fairly well-known cases back in 1984 by the name of People versus Hoplinger, where a husband beat his wife to death by hitting her numerous times in the head with a brick, drug her body out to a fish pond, drug her back into the house, and then claimed that someone else broke into the home and committed the murder? You did
80% correct. Not the drag to the fish pond. Never got to the fish pond.
only part way.
A drag carry to a location, end of the driveway, then drag into a pack of syndrome to near the neighbor's house, then carry the body, half drag, half carry, put back in the family room on the sofa.
And isn't it true that that kind of a assault with a brick on the head by beating numerous times produces enormous amount of blood, and it did so in the Hoplinger case?
Yes.
And isn't it true that on the suspect's jeans there were only 2 drops of blood?
Well, we assume that's the original gene. I don't have any record, but I do know he washed his T-shirt. I found a T-shirt washed in the pond.
Right.
But the blue gene, whether or not that's the original blue gene, I have no information and record of it.
Well, you testified in court, and those blue jeans were presented to a jury as being worn by the suspect, the husband, at the time of the murder. Is that correct?
That's a long time ago. If you say correct, probably correct. I don't recall. There are thousands of cases I've been working on.
Does that seem to be consistent with your memory?
Sure.
And
Fine.
only 2 blood drops?
I don't remember. If you say 2 drops, it's 2 drops.
And the scene was covered in blood, correct?
Yes.
And when you testified, you didn't tell the jury in that case that you had any doubt about whether he was wearing those pants or anything to that effect, did you?
I wasn't asked as a scientist. I only can answer the question, whatever the lawyer. Otherwise, I will be stopped.
All right. Well, I'm just going to give a copy of the transcript to counsel. At page 397 of the Hoplinger transcript. Sir, do you remember being asked a lot of questions?
Hold on.
Sorry.
With court order, please.
Sir, if a person were to wrap their hands around someone's throat and slit that person's throat,
Yes, sir.
and the blood spurted forward, would you expect the assailant to be covered in blood?
Probably not.
All right. And, sir, if a person were for some reason to get blood on the front part of their body, however it might happen, during a bloodletting event, but not on their back during the assault,
Yes.
and their hindquarters during the assault,
Yes.
and they sat down in a vehicle, would you expect any kinds of transfers in that vehicle necessarily?
If the blood don't touch the surface, then you don't have transfer.
All right. Now, sir, you were asked about the imprint evidence a little bit on redirect examination. Did you read Bill Bodziak's report about his examination of the blue jeans, specifically the lower portion of the right leg?
I recall I did, but I don't remember all the detail.
But you do know Bill Bodziak from before this case, is
Yes,
that
he is
correct?
an excellent scientist. We're friends.
And he's a top-notch expert in the area of footprint analysis.
Yes.
And you have no specific recollection of what he said at this time in his report?
You can read to me. I can agree or disagree.
Okay, well, didn't you take that into consideration before you got on the witness stand and testified?
Well, different experts have different opinion. There are something called scientific fact. There are fact have imprint in blood. If he don't call that a footprint, I have nothing to argue with them. He entitled his own opinion. Each expert entitled our own opinion. Each of us have to live with our conscience
Okay.
standard.
And so-
Different expert can have different opinions.
Now, you said that in order for, something to the effect that in order for an imprint to have transferred to the eyeglass envelope, someone would have had to have stepped on it. But is that true if it's not a footwear impression?
Something, as I say, something has to have some pressure direct applied onto the surface without movement. If this envelope on the ground, the more logical thing is somebody step on it.
But are you saying, sir, that that is a footwear impression now, or are you saying it could be any kind of
No,
impression?
I'm still saying that's an imprint. An imprint, say, is this consistent with a footprint? It could be a footprint. It could be other imprint.
And sir, regarding the item that you say that you see in the photograph that's on the 10th tile down and the 3rd tile across, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Are you forming the opinion that that is in fact an imprint, or are you forming the opinion that it is a possible imprint?
It's consistent with an imprint.
Okay. And consistent with means that it might not be an imprint, right?
In our standard, consistent means have this pattern similar to imprint.
Well-
It doesn't, if not imprint, I don't call it imprint. If definitely it's not the imprint, I will come here tell you that's not the imprint. It's a imprint. A imprint, which means something have a pattern deposit on the surface and cause a transfer. That's called imprint.
And that imprint, if it is an imprint, and if it's there, could be the Bruno Magli shoe, is that correct?
If parallel line cannot be, if a not parallel line have a Bruno Magli configuration and design, then it's Bruno Magli.
Okay, but in the photograph that you were shown of the Bundy walk, you don't know from that photograph.
Oh, you mean the
Right.
column 3, all those imprint?
Right.
I thought you were talking about specific parallel line imprint I show you tile 10. Then you're correct. I don't know what kind of a pattern it is.
Okay, so those all could be consistent with Bruno Magli shoes, is that correct?
Maybe. I don't know.
All right. And you were asked a question as to whether or not there could be a series of imprints to the, I'm going to say as we're looking down the walk towards Bundy, to the right of the center line, is that correct?
I'm
To
sorry,
this
Counsel, you
side?
said we're looking down the walk towards Bundy?
We're looking down the walk towards the alley, sorry.
And this is
598A, I
A.
believe.
Okay.
Yes.
To the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if there is in fact a series of prints in that location? Do you know whether it's coming down towards Bundy or heading away towards the alley?
I'm not that good yet.
What?
I say I'm not that good yet. Can tell you
Yeah, okay,
from
okay,
a distance.
Okay, all right. And With respect to the impression on the envelope, the piece of paper,
Yes.
those could be a fabric imprint, is that correct?
It's consistent with the imprint.
And it could be fabric, is that correct?
It could be a fabric.
Did you make test impressions from any of the fabric that was at the crime scene?
I don't have a fabric impression.
And usually when one is trying to make a comparison, don't you try to take an impression?
If I have to make a comparison, I did not do such comparison. I did some measurement between the blue jeans, the shirt, the boots, are inconsistent with that design.
And, sir, is it true that there is no way to reconstruct whether or not the murderer's clothing is consistent with those imprints?
Unless I get the closing.
And when I was talking about these impressions I'm talking about, you understood me to be talking about the envelope and the piece of paper, correct?
Again, those are imprint, not impression.
Okay, but whatever, we can't at this point determine whether or not they were left by suspect's clothing, can we?
No.
Okay, thank you, I have nothing further.
Just one or two questions that I think will get us home. Giving me that look.
I didn't say a word, Mr. Shea.
No, you don't have to. I've been here a while.
If I were you,
I know.
you want to let me ask my one question?
All right. You were asked some questions just now by Mr. Goldberg about trace evidence and blood. Now, would you expect in a struggle where shoes were in blood, in soil, and crossed a path where there were berries, to find evidence of soil and berries and even hairs and fibers from victims in a car if the perpetrator had engaged in a struggle and walked into that car?
Your Honor, beyond the scope calls for speculation, assumes facts not in evidence.
If the shoes have contact the berry, contact the soil, or fiber debris, in theory, we should see the transfer.
And you might not, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Thanks.
All right. All right, Dr. Lee, thank you very much. You're excused, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Most importantly, don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. As far as the jury is concerned, we'll stand in recess. Let me see counsel as far as scheduling is concerned.